We can speak.
We may speak. Yay! Can everybody hear us? First question.
Even if they can't hear us.
Yeah. Still say so.
Perfect.
Even if you can't hear us, just say yes. Alright. Everybody can hear us. Great.
I like how I told Enemy he could use EBC, and he still puts Beltha Gaming on there.
Unbelievable. I'm so glad we switched over to the professionalism on RGL TV for Tiny 10 after DC. Alright. Alright, all jokes aside, hello everybody, good evening, morning, afternoon, midnight, wherever you're from. It will be some hour, I guess. But yeah, once again, it's me, EBC, kind of Enemy, bringing you another exciting TT right here on RGL TV.
It's true.
See what I did there? That was like the best opening we've ever had for Tiny 10. So
yep. We have Johnny Cage in the center there.
Johnny Cage, definitely Johnny Cage. Yeah. But yeah, that's our new layout for this Tiny 10. Of course, made by Man Over Mars, like always. So thank you very much for that, Man Over Mars. But yeah, we're here again for another exciting 3 to 4 hours of Game Boy racing. For the 11th time, 6 years been doing this. That's a long time.
Time.
That's just crazy. People thought we would run out of games after 2 editions. See where we are now. I mean, we
did.
Yeah, just look at some of the trash we have to put in these Tiny 10s. But
like Mortal Kombat 2.
Yeah, like how is this even possible? We still have like way too many games we can choose from. It's always a struggle to actually come up with a list in the end. So
just wait till we put like the 14 dodgeball games in.
Yeah. Or all horse racing games.
Or all the wrestling. Yeah, all the derby games. Yeah.
All the derby games. That is probably never going to happen on my lifetime, but sure, it can always happen. But yeah, I guess everybody, all of our runners are like getting ready. Like, I'm not following the channel actually, so maybe I should do that. That would probably be a good idea.
The race channel? Yeah, I think they're all ready to go.
Okay, so we're gonna start very shortly. Let's go over a few things real quick, like I guess all the games that might be a good idea. Luckily, I am ready, and I totally pulled up the website.
Yeah, so, I definitely don't hear you typing at all right now.
Yeah, I totally. Totally not.
So something new this year to the Tiny 10 is that there will be a 30-second wait period between each game. This is because of difficulty changes that you'll have to do throughout the race. Those playing on console versus emulator, and whatever else, SD to SNES, whatever else that everyone's playing on nowadays, and just to keep everything on a normal playing field this time around. So this is new to us here this time.
Yeah, everybody voted to have that in, and it made sense because of all the switching, and like the SGB game is like right in the middle this time around, which is also something we usually try to avoid, but it wouldn't fit if that game was the first game to be played anyway.
True.
But yeah, let's go over the games real quick. First up, we got Shipu Iron Leaguer, Japanese only game, full game. Then we get Yankee Man, I guess it's called. Again, full game. Another Japanese exclusive game. We dive into Bram Stoker's Dracula, which will be easy mode, which is only 4 stages of the entire game, but it has an ending, so that's the ending for that one. Then we go over to Roadster. Very first time we have a quote-unquote racing game in the Tiny 10. Playing Race Mode 5, which is only 5 out of 20 tracks, but it's like an option you can choose, so again, like it's a shorter version of the full game, but still Still a full game, technically. After that, we got Money Idol Exchanger, based on the arcade game that's called Money Something Else Exchanger. But this will look familiar. Puzzle Exchanger. Yeah, Money Puzzle Exchanger. It will look very familiar. Like, a lot of people know this game, but maybe haven't played it themselves. But there is a Game Boy version. Yeah. After that, we got a game everybody wanted to have in for quite a long time, which is Kid Icarus of Myths and Monsters. In my opinion, the better version of the Kid Icarus games for a few reasons. I really don't like the NES game, but yeah, this is a great game for sure. Staple of the Tiny 10 series after that is a good old shmup. This time, Gradius, the Interstellar Assault, or Nemesis 2, or whatever else the title is in Europe or America. It's Gradius, whatever. It's always Gradius. After that, we got Roland's Curse, something I wanted to put in for a long time, but wasn't sure if people would actually like to do runs of that, but the people enjoying this game, so that's good. That's gonna be a fun, like, RPG / Zelda-ish kind of game. And that's full game, so glitchless. There is a glitch category, which is a lot shorter, but we're doing the full game. After that, another new genre for Tiny 10, Mortal Kombat 2. Very first time we have a fighting game. This will be played on shame, yeah. This will be played on medium. Basically, they can use any character they want, but when we get there, we'll comment on that for sure. And then the final game, the one that had to be in Tiny 10, definitely after 11 editions. I wanted this in from the very first one. Never did it because it is not an easy game, and we're gonna have a lot of fun looking at that one for sure. But it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 Radical Rescue, so yeah, looking forward to that one in like 2.5 hours, something like that, so yeah.
And how many turtles will be rescued in that Radical Rescue?
Yeah, because there are options.
Yep.
To beat the game is the goal, but there are no requirements of getting all the turtles, getting all the health upgrades. It's really just your own familiarity with the game or risks you want to take.
It's a race to the finish. Race to the finish. For those of you Smash 64 players out there, the only good Smash Brothers game.
Wow.
I said it.
Yeah, who would have done?
I'm full of opinions. I'll give it to you all day.
But yeah, there we go. So I guess we can ready everybody up, and then we're gonna start with Super Iron Leader.
Shifu. You believe people had to listen to the podcast episode to know how to play this game? All right, looks like the race is underway now.
Yeah, off everybody goes, hopefully. I am not seeing anything happening on my end.
No one's pressed start yet. Oh, there we go.
Okay, we're off.
All right. It's hard to read sometimes.
Yeah.
So, Alright, so we got Shipu Iron Leaguer here. So this game is actually a cool game. Japanese only, like Mo said. So what goes on here is at the very start of the game, you have two characters to choose from. You have a person that can throw baseballs, and you have a person that has a pretty short melee attack. What you're going to see at the first stage here is they're going to use the ninja robot, because as you can see, the ninja has a super high jump, and the only way to break the blocks above you is to use the ninja's uppercut. But since the ninja can jump so high, you can cover a lot of ground just by jumping up into the air versus walking. But the attack itself is kind of meh, because you have to be real close to use it. Something really, really cool about this game is after you defeat each boss in this game, you actually acquire them and put them onto your team. So we're going to see a plethora of different types of power-ups and types of just movesets throughout the game. Another cool feature about this game too is that if you do game over in the game, when you continue, you just continue right where you left off. There's no restarting the stage, restarting a world, or anything of the matter. You just pick up right where you left off. When you die, your lives are considered like what characters you have left in this game. So to start, you have two lives. You have the baseball guy and you have the karate guy. And then as you bring on more people to your team, that's more lives you have, basically. So here we're fighting against the kendo guy. What the special ability with the kendo guy is that he can stick the kendo into the wall and basically wall climber hang on to the wall itself. So now that we've defeated the kendo guy is actually going to join our team. And this next stage coming up, they basically show you what the kendo guy can do and that you need in how to utilize kendo. Another cool feature about the game is if, say, for instance, kendo guy dies, but you need a wall climb, what you can do is that you can take health from another character and give it to a dead character, so you can actually bring them back to life to continue through the game in certain areas that you just couldn't progress through before. Another neat thing here is that you can actually press start, so you're going to see our runners press start instead of select. In certain areas, what start does is that it's a hot swap between characters. If they were to press select, it would bring up a menu where they can just manually choose the character they want to play as. So,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, another reason to use that karate character is basically because when you're doing that high jump twirl attack, you have invulnerability frames, so those get used to do not take some of the hits in the game. Usually, it's hard for us to keep up with many streams at the same time, of course, but there are some areas where you do want to get hit, so you can avoid a few enemies later on, and also to manipulate some of the attacks they do to slow you down a little bit. But yeah, most of the time, at least in these early stages, you will only see the karate guy and the kendo guy for fast traversal. It's baseball guy is the first one, right? He doesn't get used except for one boss fight, and that's more of a thing to preserve health on the other characters. But besides that, he is pretty quote-unquote useless in the speedrun itself, so you won't be seeing him a lot.
Yeah, so speaking of preserving health, there's not a lot of health pickups throughout the game and throughout the run in general. So the way that you power or get health back are batteries. You're essentially robots. So there's battery pack, like in the stage that Ariel was just on. At the very bottom, there's a battery you can pick up to heal yourself. But probably not going to see our runners pick up any batteries unless they are in dire need of them.
Yeah. Ariel is now fighting the basketball boss, which for some reason is the boss with the highest amount of health in the entire game. Has like 3 times the health of any other boss for some reason. So this one will take a little bit longer than the other ones, but the other bosses will go down pretty quickly.
And the basketball character you'll see used later on in the game has a even higher jump than the ninja. So.
Yeah. And a float down as well.
And a float, yep.
But yeah, after the basketball fights, you actually go into your first mini boss fight bonus game, mini game. Kind of hard to explain, but this is the baseball mini game, and it's fun. It's everybody's favorite mini.
I actually prefer this one over the other two.
Yeah, this one maybe plays better than the other two if you know what you're doing, but the problem is that it's complete RNG, so you never know how fast the ball is gonna come, if it's gonna come towards the bottom of the screen, middle of the screen, or top of the screen. And you have to hit the guy, the pitcher, I guess that's called, 4 times in order to progress. So it went very well for Ariel, actually. And as you can see, you do have a health bar, so if you fail too much, you lose the minigame and you have to do it all over again. So the weird thing is you defeat the basketball guy, and suddenly you also have access to the American football guy. So you get 2 characters for beating that one, and the American football guy will be the most used throughout the rest of the game because of his dash ability, which just basically lets you move a lot faster. It is a little bit short, the burst that you're getting when you're doing the dash, but there is also a way which will not be utilized a lot, where you clip the border of a platform and then it goes into an infinite dash mode. It's kind of weird though that for all these bosses and all these sports you do get like a mini game or a boss fight, except for the American football guy, but I guess that's just because even the developers actually knew that American football isn't real. So
let's be careful here, alright? So yeah. So here you're seeing Ariel using the basketball person because it can jump exceptionally high, and then since they missed the little platform, they'll switch over to Kendo to basically wall climb the rest of the way up. Kendo actually is a pretty big lifesaver when it comes to like really long vertical sections, simply because they can stick the stick into the wall and keep things moving along. This is, I like to call the mayonnaise stage because it's ice physics and it never looks like ice, it always looks like mayonnaise. So, ice physics in this game is just like any other ice physics in any game. It takes 4 years to get your momentum going in one direction, and once you get it going, you can't stop. So, it's a good time.
And of course, the ice stage has the hockey boss.
Yeah,
because that of course makes sense. But yeah, you will see him go down pretty quickly. Hockey guy will never be used, basically.
Nope. Hockey guy is useless. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I actually don't know what his power is, so...
He hits a puck and I think it blows up.
Okay, well there we go. But yeah, going into the second mini-boss game, bonus, whatever you want to call it, it's the basketball one, which is weird because we already seen basketball.
This is my least favorite one because the timing to get the ball into the hoop is atrocious. And on top of that, you have this flying idiot that's trying to block you. So if the idiot blocks your ball, he smacks it back at you, and then the basketball explodes like a grenade and hurts you. And in these mini games, if you die, you don't get to try again as a different character. You just straight up game over, and you have to start the whole thing over again. You have to score, 3 or 4 points per mini game in order to proceed. So if you have like 1 shot left and you die, well, you get to do it all over again. The timing to make these shots are just out of this world crazy. You have to lead the hoop so much in order to make it. Like, you can't just run in front of the hoop and shoot the ball. You'll most likely just never make it. So you have to shoot the ball well ahead of the hoop in order to make it, like you just saw Ariel do right there.
Yeah, it's manipulable. I can't talk, but it just takes a lot of great timing to do it perfectly.
Smart Alex doing a good job at it. Had a good start in a way with the basketball mini game.
Yeah, they're on to stage 4. Well, Ariel at least is in stage 4, which is, of course, the underwater stage, because every game needs an underwater stage. So it has underwater physics. You're supposed to get up the bubbles here to get to the top, but what they will do is they will use Kendo Guy on one side, use the dash from the American football guy to get over to the other side to get up quickly, and the weird thing is there are no water physics at the right side. So they can go up a little bit faster. So it must have been an oversight during developing, but yeah, for some reason there's no water physics over there.
Well, I don't know if you've ever swam right before, but you typically swim faster when you swim right.
Yeah, that's true. But it's a pretty basic stage besides the water physics for some parts, but beyond that, it's a pretty forward, stage.
It's a very, very straightforward stage. This part here, eventually they'll have to get out of the water, but it's basically just dive, and then keep moving. Or dash, rather, not dive. There's no dive man in this game.
Yeah. I wonder which sport will be associated with the underwater stage. Get your guesses in right now, chat.
Vote now on a nearby mobile device. Oh, that's a nice dash.
Yeah, there's the infinite dash that you saw Ariel do by clipping. He is about to die, though, so...
Yeah, gotta be a little careful.
Water polo? Well, you're not that far off, actually, Emily, because it is soccer guy. Because that makes sense, right? Yeah.
I mean, I played soccer and water before.
Yeah, that's indeed like water polo, so... Yeah, it's soccer guy, he goes down super fast, no big deal. Again, a useless character you won't be using, but you have him, so that is pretty cool. Yeah.
Soccer kicks soccer balls and they explode. You can actually kill characters off screen. When I did this blind, this was the worst minigame of all time. So you get to play soccer, so you gotta get 3 goals in. If they tackle you, you have to go back to your goal and run down the pitch again. Which was very close on Ariel's part there. And they had Josh124 score another goal as well. Every time that you jump, you waste 10 seconds. So even though you can jump over tackles, it does take away from the timer. So at the bottom of the screen, you see a timer there. If it hits 0, it's game over, and you have to start this minigame over again.
Yeah. What you kind of want to do is get to the top of the goal, because the goalkeeper actually starts out at the bottom of the goal, and he only starts moving when you're getting closer to the actual goal. So if you can manipulate it good enough, you can end up at the top of the goal and just shoot forward, and he won't be in the way at all. But it's a lot harder to do than you think.
Can the goalkeeper actually block the ball? I don't think
he can. Yeah, he can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
That's why you want to kind of manipulate him to stay on the bottom. A weird thing that I found with the actual soccer boss, though, sometimes he just completely falls down without you ever touching him. But sadly, that results in a game over. Like I don't know how.
That's called Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, right. It's so weird. Like, why did they program that into the game?
I don't know. Maybe they knew that Prodigy was going to be a thing.
No. Very
So this is, in my opinion, the hardest stage in the game. So these moving platforms here, the first screen you can control what path you take, but the second screen they're all kind of on a set pattern on which direction they're going to go. What you're going to see through this is our runners are going to swap between basketball guy who can float down and American football guy who can bull rush to the right. So what's going to happen here is they're basically just going to skip all over the spike pits that are at the bottom Two hits from the spikes, and you're basically dead at this point. So, apparently, except for the screen that Ariel's on, maybe it's just those spikes on the platforming section.
Yeah, in the first part, all spikes are one-hit kills. In this part, they are using the spikes at the bottom just to damage boost a little bit, because sometimes when being on these conveyor belts, like the platforms with the arrows on, it just eats your inputs and your dash doesn't work. So it's just faster to just take damage on the spikes.
Here we have Josh 124 and Ariel on Mars' stage. Here,
final boss.
Yep. This is the
and
final,
here you will see baseball guy for once.
Yep.
But yeah, what you want for this final boss is to lure him to this left side. You stay on the spikes and you hope that he shoots the balls. So you can get damaged by those. They only do like 2 or 3 damage instead of like 4 or 5 that you get from the spikes. But yeah, they're just using all of their characters to do as much damage as they can for the boss. And that is basically the end of the game. Very fun game. Everybody should check it out. And it has an amazing soundtrack.
Yeah, we have Smart Alex now on the final boss fight. You saw on Josh 124 screen that he went into the select menu to take health away from a character and give it to Kendo Man to finish out the game as well too. So now we have Ariel, Josh, and Smart Alec moving on to game number 2, which is Yankee Man, which is definitely not my choice in this tiny pen.
But yeah, we have like a 30-second, like we said at the start, there's a 30-second wait between starting the next game. So,
so one caveat to Yankee Man is that when you beat a level, it doesn't move on to the next stage automatically. You have to manually choose the next level, because I choose the best games for the Tiny 10. So Yankee Man is a game that's literally movement based. There's no killing, there's no violence at all except for jumping on bird heads and teapots. But the game is all movement based and all timing based. So you're gonna see our I keep wanting to call our runners characters. You see our runners basically just hold right, and they're gonna collect power ups. If you collect the roller skates, that's a speed boost. If you collect the heart-shaped looking things that actually, or the boxing gloves, whatever you want to call them, those actually take away your time. And if you pick up the fruit-looking things, they actually give you time. Every time that you get hit in a bad way, you lose time. And then every time that you land on something, you just keep progressing. At the end of the stage, you face off against a masked person whom you face off against playing rock, paper, scissors, because we're non-violent people here. So in the first few boss fights, we're only going to choose paper, and then later on we'll choose rock, and then later on we'll choose scissors, depending on which stage that we're going through. Once you've gotten 5 wins in paper, rock, scissors, you beat the stage, you move on, and you have to manually press down to choose your next stage. When you first load up this game, you'll see that this game only has 4 stages. However, technically, this game has 5 stages, because one of the stages is hidden and not shown until you beat the first 4 stages that you see.
Yeah. One thing that one of the runners during practice found with the rock, paper, scissors game is that there actually is a set pattern for them, but like, if you can do it perfectly, it is faster. But just spamming the ones BBC mentions, paper or for one time rock, basically is the best way to do it, unless you're like super good at it. But yeah, it is a very set pattern that you can use to get through those boss fights.
Yep, and everything in this game is on a global cycle, so this game is very, very heavily movement based. One real mess up can really really throw a wrench in a lot of things, especially like if a tomato gets put into the wrong place or a bird pops up out of nowhere. Things can go bad real quick.
Yeah, Smart Alex tried to get up on the platform there to skip a few things, but it failed, and now he's taking a few more hits.
Yep. The game itself isn't hard up until you get to, about stage 4 and 5. That's when the timer gets really, really tight, and that's when the quote-unquote power-ups throughout the game actually start to pose an issue. Collecting the wrong power-ups then really more so shortens your time, and you really want to avoid them. However, in stage 5, you are surrounded by these bad power-ups, so it makes it very difficult to actually get through. Game over in this game isn't a bad thing. If you game over, it just kicks you back to the level select screen, and you just go and take the stage that you just left off on. So not too damning, but at the same time, like you'll lose a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah, just like the previous game, this is based on an anime.
Yep.
This is like a children's program. The other one was like an anime from the early 90s, I believe, but don't know much about it. Don't think it ever got like a good dub or anything. Or maybe it has, but it's not well known at least.
So here you can see Ariel going into stage 5. So you can see all those like boxing glove, shrimp looking power-ups. All those quote-unquote power-ups take time away from you. So as you saw, Ariel got hit and collected one of those power-ups. So that's a nice chunk of time lost right there. We have Josh124 and Smart Alec also in the final stage of Yankee Man. This stage is the hardest stage just because they put so many boxing glove time killers in the way that it just seems like you can't skip them unless you just have pixel perfect accuracy jumping on edges of platforms. Because there is quite a bit of coyote time in this game, so... So here we have Ariel just finishing up Yankee Man. They'll be moving on to Bram Stoker's here in 30 seconds. Josh124 facing off against the final boss and just put him down to shame. So he'll be moving on to Bram Stoker's, as did Smart Alec as well.
Yeah, everyone is pretty close to each other, and like this Tiny 10, like before we talk about Bram Stoker, which we don't have that much to say about it anyways. Like there are a few games in this Tiny 10 where there is quite a few RNG involved, especially money idol exchanger, so things can switch very quickly, and then there's a final game where there's choice of routing that will determine how everything goes. So don't think that somebody who's in the lead right now will keep that lead for the entirety of the race. I mean, it's good if they can, of course. But.
Especially with Bram Stoker. So with Bram Stoker underway right now on Josh124 and Ariel's screen, and probably on Smart Alex as well. We had Cliffhanger in the Tiny 10 once, which was published by Sony as well. Completely different developers, but if you've played Cliffhanger, the controls for Bram Stoker are very, very similar. Bram Stoker is 4 stages on easy, which is what our runners are playing this on, and the stages are broken up into day and night. So the first boss that come across there is going to be, I call it the Wraith. I don't know if it's the actual name of it. It takes up to 11 hits or 15 hits or something like that to destroy. Basically, when you start a boss fight in Bram Stoker, they give you rocks to start the fight with, so you just collect the rocks, and then for the Wraith, you just run to the left and just throw rocks at him until it's dead. and then you just deplete the rest of your rocks so the score doesn't count them as well to make the scoring screen faster. In day 2, day This is
day 2.
This is day 2, right?
This is day 2. This is day 2. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, day 2 day. Day 2 morning. All these spikes are on a cycle. So our runners need to have near perfect movement through day 2 morning in order to get to the spikes in a timely manner. Also, what happens in Bram Stoker's is that even the monster spawns are on a cycle as well too. So if our runners get hung up anywhere at all, they're going to have monster spawns come in that they may not be ready for, and that's going to cause some issues as well. This game does have limited continues, and game over in this game is not a good time. Right now, Ariel is in day 2 night, and you saw early on that they grabbed a try rock shot. So what's going to happen with that, instead of throwing 1 rock at a time, they're going to throw 3 rocks at a given time. And then as they progress through the stage, they're going to hit these switches. Ghosts are going to appear. And in order to break the platforms that you just saw there, they have to jump up in the air and press down to do a ground pound. And then here they're going to go into a mini-boss, which is just a phantom. The phantom is on a set pattern, which is just jump over and then duck. It's very easy, very quick. There's no attacking it. It's just have to let it run its course. So here, Ariel is going to hit another lantern. Lanterns are the checkpoints in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Jumping over these pits are actually somewhat difficult if you jump too high, because when you hit the ceiling, it actually shoots you down. It's one of those, hey, we have a physical thing. If you hit it, we're just going to throw you to the ground. Ariel is approaching the quote-unquote final boss for easy mode, which everything says it's Dracula. I don't think it is, but whatever. So here, you throw a bunch of rocks at it, it explodes. You quote-unquote beat Dracula, and then you move on to the next game. So here, Josh1240, needs to be a little careful. They only have half of a hit point left, so they only have 1 hit left before they're dead. They do have a heart coming up here, but they still need to be careful. If they miss the platform, they die, and they have to redo basically a whole section kind of over again. Dying in this game is not a great time at all. If there's a trick that you can do with the moving platform section, if you actually duck down, you can actually see a little bit of what's below you. In Bram Stoker's, usually use that, especially in a blind playthrough, just because moving platforms are just kind of in this game. Looks like JKL is just going to glitch the video game. And
I'm not sure what's going on, because JKL said something about it, but what?
Apparently you can just glitch the game and just beat it. I don't know. I'll let you take care of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the goal is not really to glitch through the game, so
I'll let you figure it out. Roadster. So, Roadster is the quote-unquote first racing game, even though we've had Motocross Maniacs and Wave Race in the Tiny 10. Roadster's kind of a cool game because you have 2 gears to start. You want to start off in low gear, and then you want to slowly transition into high gear. Low gear is you press the A button, and high gear is the B button. If you just try to start out by holding the B button, which is your high gear from the start, your car basically sits there and burns out, and you eventually get going, but it does take a bit. So, with Roadster, with it being a 5-race circuit, there's no reason to go into the pit stops at all. If you look at the bottom right corner, you can see the body and tire health. It doesn't mean anything at all. But if you do crash a bunch of times, you do get thrown out of your car. You do have to walk back to your vehicle to get back in. And the walking animation is hellaciously slow. So we want to see our runners not try and crash the car all that much. But if they do collide with an AI vehicle, they do spin out of control. And the AI can be pretty trolly, especially when it comes to the turns.
Yeah, getting thrown out of the car is based on another stats that you have on your car, if I remember correctly. The higher that is, the less chance you have to fall out of your car. But yeah, this is a very simple racing game, and especially for Race Mode 5, you don't need to worry about upgrading your car at all. Because after every stage you get points, and you can use those to upgrade your car, but as there are only 5 races, it's not needed at all.
As our runners go or race through these tracks, there's going to be a power-up that pops up that looks like an air canister with an S. If they pick that up, that has a speed boost as well, too. Sometimes they'll get it, sometimes they won't. It just depends when and where it wants to spawn. Sometimes it spawns in the wall. Roaster things. That's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah, it's a very fun racing game.
Very fun racing game. Yeah, very fun racing game. The goal of this game was to complete the 5 races. You don't have to finish first in all of them, but you most likely will in the first 5 races.
Yeah, even like if you're doing the full game, all 20 races, by the end of the 7th race, you probably have so many points that you can't even lose the game anymore, and you're still gonna end up first, because the game does give you bonus points for breaking the time lapse. Yeah. So you have like 120 points before even getting halfway through the game, and there's no way they can catch up to you anymore.
But you know what game I'm looking forward to next or eventually? Doraemon Kart.
Yeah, I haven't played.
I'm waiting for it. It's so fun. Super fun. Pitting in a racing game. Who pits ever in a racing game? Seriously. Alright, what do we got going on here? We got Oreb? Reb? We got Reb going into Roaster. Roaster? We have Reb going into Roaster. He's gonna make us some chicken quick here.
Good job there.
So as Reb is making us some chicken, Atros is going to take his place here quick and get some more roaster chicken going for us here. And I've never hit an oil patch in this game, Mo. If you hit an oil patch, I'm assuming your car just spins out.
Yeah, it's just a spin out. I don't think you fly out of your car. I'm not exactly sure. Probably not.
I think you have to hit the wall a lot to get ejected from the car too. Like, it's not just that I hit the wall once and I'm ejected. It's I can't see over the dashboard and I can't see where I'm driving, so I'm gonna hit the wall 14 times before I get ejected from the car. So
Yeah, I think people for these 5 races do take all their points out of their HP. I mean, there's a third thing. I'm just not sure what it's called.
Yeah, they take it out of their power and put it into
so
body and
power determines how fast you fly out of your car, basically. So now if they hit one wall, they probably fly out.
Yeah, and then Ariel finishes up race 5, moves on to waifu game.
Yeah, Money Idol Exchanger.
Yep. So this Money Idol Exchanger is actually a Super Game Boy enhanced game, which was kind of weird to have it kind of halfway through, but for how Tiny Tens have always been structured, it made sense because it is a puzzle type game. The name of the game is to match a bunch of things together. So you can see Ariel here kind of whipping through it right now. So you're going to match up to 5 of the same number, so 5 ones, 5 5s, 5 10s, etc. And what they're going to do is that they're going to change into the next number. So 1s turn into 5s, 5s into 10s, 10s into 50, 50 into 100, 100 into 100, or 500. I don't know exactly how you win this game. I'll let Mo discuss more of that. But it's essentially, it's a puzzle game. It's kind of like if you've done like Candy Crush or something like that. You want to look for patterns. You want to look for ways to like take things out a little faster. And you just want to be quick at it.
Yeah. So this is a versus CPU mode, which in normal cases means you see your CPU opponent and you have to try to make them fill up their entire screen so they lose. But this one works a little bit different. As to wherein they have to make a certain amount of what they call links, which is basically solving one of the numbers and getting it out of there. I don't know the exact numbers for each stage, but it does ramp up between 7 fights they have to do. So yeah, they're basically trying to make as many links as fast as possible. Combos probably help a lot, but like with all these games, like when it comes to Tetris, when it comes to this, when it comes to Puyo Puyo or any type of these kind of games, it's usually very easy to understand what you have to do, but making combos is usually the big thing, and that's what's gonna hold people back in this case, or get people further ahead, depending on how well they develop their skills of seeing the patterns fast enough.
Yeah, and they can pull in as many of the same coin as they can see. So instead of doing like 1 10 at a time or 1 1 at a time, if they see 3 10s right away, they can suck in those 3 10s and throw them into a vertical column onto another 10 or into another coin to keep everything kind of clustered together. So it does make the linkage a lot faster doing so that way.
Yeah, it must be very confusing to watch this, of course. But that's usually with these types of games. Like, whenever I see somebody doing, like, high-level Tetris or Dr. Mario or whatever, I'm like, what is even happening here? But yeah, that's just... If you're playing it yourself, it makes a lot more sense, of course. Yeah, watching this is nice to see, but it's hard to understand if you're not a quote-unquote grandmaster yourself at the game. But yeah, they have to fight through 7, I believe, of these stages. Each one, they need to do more and more links to finish them. The big issue with this game is, and that was why it was kind of scary putting this in, this game only has 3 continues, so if you lose 3 times, you really have to start back from the beginning. Let's hope that does not happen for anybody.
Yeah, my blind playthrough, I didn't need to continue. But I also played a lot of Candy Crush in my time. So.
Yeah, like I game overed once, but I finished this mode at least in like 40 minutes. So it's not that bad, and I wasn't that great at this game at all. So.
We got 5 runners, or 4 runners, I can't count. It's really early in the morning. It's 1 p.m. It's really early in the morning.
Oh, you still have to repeat that because they can't.
Why do I have to repeat it? Oh. I already forgot. So we have JKL. Who is the other one? Saint Joe in Money Idol, and then we have Reb in Roaster. So I'm glad that we call it Roaster now instead of Roadster. I just had breakfast. I'm hungry again. So.
Oh god. Yeah, Hero asked what the E does in Money Idol Exchanger. Honestly, I don't remember. The E and the R are like one of those things that you can combine with anything, or that you have to combine with each other, and they remove one type of. Yeah, there you saw it with the E. It removes all of the fives, I believe. So it's one of those things, but they barely get used. Yeah, this is the one. I think this game has 2 ports. Game Boy being one of them, and I don't remember what the other one is.
Does Super Nintendo not have one, or Famicom?
Oh, it's the Neo Geo. There we go. So yeah, a lot of people love the arcade game, but they never realized there were actually ports of this. And yeah, here we go. One for Game Boy, and it's really great.
People play the Neo Geo. Weird. Yeah, see, Neo Geo question mark? Yeah, I get it, Thorville. I understand. I know where you're coming from. No, it ain't no Fairchild, that's for sure. But, yeah, so as we, progress through swapping money out for higher money, yep. We get to look at waifus, at least. And Atros is on stage 5. We have Ariel now also flipped it into stage 5, which is cool because Atros was slightly behind Ariel coming into Money Idol Exchanger, so we already had a lead flip there, so...
Yeah, that's what's cool about putting games like this in like a multi-game race. Like, it's not all about just repeating the same patterns and getting the best at them, but also trying to, well, work your way around RNG a little bit and things like that. So, and it makes it a lot more exciting to do these multi-game races instead of just like one-night-only tournaments where it's just one game you have to get really good at or something. But yeah, here you have to get through all the games, keep your wits throughout all of them, and have to deal with some RNG here and there, and that makes for interesting lead changes for sure.
I can't wait to watch that in Mortal Kombat. I've seen some clips and highlights of our runners practicing Mortal Kombat 2, and I laughed in their misery. Let's just say that. I didn't even feel bad about it. I'm still surprised you put Mortal Kombat 2 in.
I thought it was a very good experiment to see if people would actually enjoy a fighting game in there that was very easy to learn, but still had a little bit of difficulty attached to it. So,
hello.
Yeah, maybe in the future. You never know.
Shaq Fu's. Oh, okay. We'll fight off stream. But see, there it is. All right. Y'all can't hear the whispers in my head, but Mo can. So, which is terrifying.
Unbelievable. But yeah, all of you watching are probably gonna be like, hey, but we've only been playing for like 45 minutes and we're already halfway through this entire list. This is gonna be a short race. No. This was the short part of the race. We have 5 more games coming up, with one that is very short, for sure, but the longer games are still gonna come along.
I
race than usual.
I always say these types of lists, like it's not even just like with the Tiny 10, like the Super 16, Big 20, whatever it may be. Like I always feel like the first half of these lists are the easier, shorter games. They're like kind of like the warm-up round before you get into like the heavy duty of it all. Like the next game after this is what, Kid Icarus?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a. It's easy. It's easier on Game Boy, in my opinion, but it's still not an easy game. So,
yeah, the big boys are coming up shortly.
Yeah. Everyone wants Shaq Fu in chat. You're gonna have to put it in next time. I will prevail.
In half an hour, everybody's gonna say Alien 3, probably.
Oh, that should be in too.
And then will come Fist of the North Star.
That's a good fighting game as well. I ran it for Retrothon. People loved it. Pit Fighter. We gotta put Pit Fighter in there.
Then I'll put in Hyper Load Runner for everybody.
Oh yeah, Boxel 2. That would be the puzzle game. Oh yeah, Palomides.
Yep.
All of Infinite Mystery's favorite games. Double Dragon 2 and 3. That way people can hate us more.
Well, 2 is alright because it's just long.
Castlevania Legends, so we can say that it's canon and people can really hate us. Yeah, we can do a lot of things to make people mad in Castlevania community. So yeah, here we go. I don't know where they're at. Like I don't know how many lines they have left to complete because the UI is really good for this game. Just know that once they've completed stage 7, they're moving on to Kid Icarus. Simpsons themed Tiny 10. We could do Escape from Camp Deadly.
Oh no.
We've already had that.
Yeah, don't mind it if we sometimes say something that doesn't make any sense, but we're just reacting to our producer in the background, I guess.
The voices in our head. No big deal. Yeah, not much more to talk about this game.
Yeah, this is a hard game to commentate on unless you really know what's happening yourself. Which, sadly, I don't, because I'm not that good at this game.
Well, Ariel just got past stage 6, and they're on to the final round right now. Oh, and Atros, so... I do like the cape that one dude is wearing in stage 6. That's good stuff. I like his hair, too.
Well, I assume it's a girl because they're all girls, right?
I don't know.
I think so. I don't know either.
I didn't put this game in. All my characters were masked superheroes that were jank.
Very jank, yes. That's definitely one thing you can say about Yankee Man.
Yankee Man. You know what's weird about this, though, so far, is that we have 4 runners up on the screen, and this is a Super Game Boy Enhanced game. And yeah. I don't see any colors.
You can see it on Smart Alec and Josh's stream. The A line is colored.
Is that the one thing that's supposed to be colored?
Yeah.
Well,
there is not much color in this game, to be honest.
That's a really enhanced game.
Yeah, it has some nice borders.
It has a cool border. I know that. Yeah, that's why it's a cool border. They put all their color resources into the waifu border. They only had 2 colors that they had left to use, so they put them on the A line because that made the most sense.
Yeah, and a little bit of brown for the separation thing, and that's all.
They could have at least colored the sprite. Who made this game? Athena?
Yeah.
Dear Athena, I'm gonna write a strongly worded tweet.
Atros a little bit almost there. Ariel a little bit behind.
It looks like Atros is setting up for combos more than Ariel is. It looks like Ariel is just kind of like they're quick at it. They're quick at it, but they're finding what they can do immediately and going to there. While it looks like Atros is like actually setting up combos. And Atros just completes stage 7. You can see Waifu run in the sunset, best ending ever. And now we can move on to Kid Icarus. That is probably the top notch. Imagine if that was in color.
Ariel finishing it up as well.
We can all agree, though, that Smash Brothers is the best Kid Icarus game out there. Just poking that fire. I don't know if Atros waited 30 seconds. I'm gonna yell at him. Should I yell at him?
Yeah, he kept the credits going.
Oh, did he? Okay. Yeah. I looked away and then I saw he was in Kid Icarus.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Kid Icarus like basically works kind of the same as the NES version, where you have a hidden score that you have to fill up to get all the upgrades as fast as possible. So you will be seeing them traversing through the stages as fast as possible, and then stop at certain points to either farm hearts or either farm those hidden points. The way the hidden points work in this game is the more enemies you kill, the more points you get, but if you get hit, you actually lose some of your points. But yeah, they're using those point values to increase their health, get the upgrades for their arrows as fast as possible, get the wings, get the armor, I believe. But that's probably the final one. And I think they are going for 3 health bars in the end. You can have 4, but I think 3 is all the speedrun actually requires.
Yeah, I just assume they go for 3. Here, if you look on Atros' screen, he's going to farm these little blobby boys that come out of the ground and get those points rolling.
He is doing it very risky though.
Yes, he is.
A lot of health, But yeah, that's what you gotta do sometimes in the race. Be a little bit more risky. The problem is every hit he takes, he loses points. So it's kind of harder to keep track in the end of how many things he needs. So. But he got it. He got one of the arrow upgrades at least.
Yep, so now he'll move on to the next stage. So this game does what? I forgot how many worlds it has. 4, 5 worlds?
It has
4
worlds.
Yeah, and it has 4 stages per world, right? Except for the final world, which is just one big one.
3, I think.
I can't remember.
Yeah. Now I can't remember either, actually, but yeah. It's basically structured the same as the NES version, for sure. But it's just a little bit more streamlined than that one is, so it's a lot easier to get through. I mentioned it before, like, I can play this game as much as I like, and I really enjoy it, but when I start the NES one, I quit after 2 stages because that game just makes me completely mad. It's just not fun. Do you lose points by shooting arrows? Not that I know of, no. I think that's something they got rid of. It's only by getting hurt that you lose points in this one.
Yeah, the Game Boy version, you can shoot all the arrows that you want, but if you get hit, then you lose your points and health.
game also offers a save function, so you can continue if you might game over. It just puts you back at the final stage you were at. But yeah, you were right. It's 3 normal stages. Well, 3.
It's 3 quote-unquote normal stages and a boss stage, right? Yeah.
Oh, Atros reset the game to gain some time. What you do is sometimes you reset the game just to skip over a cutscene. But Atros did that, and the game started on new game instead of continue, so he got pushed back to the start, which is a big loss, really. But maybe he just reset it again and then continued, because I think it works with a save function. He's on 1-3, yeah. So he had to reset 2 times basically.
So you can see on Fetty's screen right now. He's playing. They're playing Roaster right now, and you saw that the third place car really wanted to ram Fetty. That's one issue I do have with Roaster is the AI could be absolutely just trolling to you if you're behind them.
My favorite part about Roaster is the diversity in cars.
Yeah, mine too. I really like the different colors we can look at. I really like the different shapes of them too, like the Porsche and the Ferrari.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Oh, and Fetty gets thrown out. Now you get to see how slow the walk animation is. That's why we call it Roaster right there.
Mm-hmm. Ariel's still farming a little bit. Atros, meanwhile, is in, the first dungeon. Making his way to.
I forgot how many points. I forgot how many points you need to farm up for each of the items, but your points do carry over per stage, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That amazes. Of course, if you're playing this casually, you're gonna try and find the map or the torch that shows you where everything is. But if you know where to go, you can just go there. The only thing you have to be really careful for is, of course, the eggplant wizards.
I do hope we get to see some eggplants.
That would be nice. But yeah, sometimes the healing bats are pretty close by, but other times they're not. And this is a very tricky one, the one Atros is, at when you go into the healing thing, there's a very big chance you will get hit by an eggplant when you come out. And it's quite a travel to get actually to the healing center.
I love getting hit by eggplants.
Man, there's the first boss, which is this piggy thing. Who spawns all over the map. You hope that he spawns close to you, so you can just rag on him. So be careful though. You still have a low health count right here. So. But Atros had got him, so going on to stage 2-1.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, the quote-unquote fourth world is, look how cute those worms are when he shoots. Sorry, Smart, I like that you died, but those worms, the cute looking worms are worth it. Sorry. But I know the world
was playing footsies there.
World 4 is just a big dungeon, if I remember right. I don't think that actually had separate out levels.
Yeah, you just go to the right. It is kind of maze-like. But...
Yeah, and for those that have never played a Kid Icarus game before, basically when you go right and left, the screen is like on it wraps. Basically, it's like a rotating screen, so to speak. So if you can think of like Pac-Man, where if you go too far right, you'll end up on the left side of the screen, and vice versa. It's kind of similar to that, but you never end up left. Just the platforms rotate with you. Mm-hmm. So that's how you ascend in this game. For those that have never played a Kid Icarus game.
Yeah, it's a good way they did this in this game, because in the NES version, you of course see the entire screen. So when you go in to the left side, you come out on the right side. But I think it's really nice that they did it like this, where it's just a continuous loop.
Agreed. Yeah, I like the games that put you on the left side or right side after you've done a screen wrap. They disorient me so much, and I feel like if I got disoriented in a Kid Icarus game, it would be the end of me, even faster than normal. So here we have Smart Alec again here farming up some points, killing the little snaky boys that come out of the upside down urn, and then the gravel monsters that come out of the ground. The gravel monsters typically drop a half a heart, and the snaky boys drop little hearts. I don't know what the point total is for each thing, but
1 and 5, I believe.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, they won't really be using their hearts at all because those are to buy items, like healing things. Maybe if they're in trouble, they can go into a shop to buy a healing item, or to buy a hammer if they know where other healing items are, or something like that. But yeah, the hearts are pretty much useless.
Oh no, Smart Alec. Smart Alec having a hard time with those worms. The worms are pretty cute. So I wouldn't want to, hurt them either, but sometimes the cute things are the things that kill you. I should do some fan art on those worms, I'm not gonna lie. Those worms are probably one of my favorite characters in Kid Icarus. And the eggplant.
One of our runners had to pause because spilled coffee. That's great.
It's very dangerous to drink coffee and speedrun. You start speed drinking, all sorts of bad things can happen.
Yeah, we're about an hour in.
There we go, Smart Alec.
We're basically 1/3 through the race. I know that people have the people who practice have like a time around 2 hours 30, 2 hours 40 minutes, something like that. But yeah, like I said earlier, like this one is a little bit longer than usual. Usually all the world records combined are sub 2 hours, but this time it's like 2 hours and 12 now. I think with the recent new world records. But yeah, it's a little bit longer than usual for sure.
Yeah. We have Ariel playing footsies as well.
Ariel can use some health, maybe.
Yeah. Looks like Josh124. Oh, it's an eggplant!
Yeah, there we go.
That's what
It's
I like.
the unofficial Game Boy Moscat. It's a Moscat now. Mascot. The eggplant.
Yeah. Look at the eggplant climb the ladder too. Heck yeah.
Somebody Google if a
now we're-
Moscat is an actual thing or not.
Now we're Pit again. Pit's the worst. Smart Alec here fighting horse pig thing. And
Totally not canon.
totally not getting bad luck there too, because horse pig thing decided to go super high up onto the screen. Smart Alec played it safe here and dodging in between the fireballs. Josh124 also on the first boss of Kid Icarus. Looks like Atros is making his way to the second boss fight. I haven't seen any eggplants on his screen, so he'll be disqualified if I don't see an eggplant here soon.
Yeah, bonus points go to all the people who get an eggplant. Because new to the Tiny 10 this year is bonus points. I'll be tallying up throughout the course for specific things that people do, and the actual winner is the one who has the most bonus points. So basically, it's not about getting the fastest time, it's just about getting all those bonus points.
True.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about the logistics nightmare it would be for you and I didn't track I have a hard enough time tracking runners in games. Imagine just trying to track points for this. All right, so we have Josh124 going into World 2. Smart Alec taking down Not Ganon and heading into World 2 as well. I don't know where Atros is quite yet. It looks like it looks like he's in World 3 now. Ariel is in World 2 still. Ooh, I like that angry marshmallow. 2 it looks like. 2 3. Then we get some footsies on Smart Alex screen. If you've never played footsies before in your life, what you gotta do is you gotta shoot the foot with a bow and arrow.
That is exactly.
You never want to touch another foot with another foot. If I learned anything from Kid Icarus, you just have to shoot it with a bow and arrow. Why do you think they called the main character Pit?
That's probably because the game is the Pits.
So it's bad?
Yeah.
Why regret asking that question?
Maybe because of Cupid. That might be a thing. Probably because that's his name. Yeah.
I regret asking this question. No more questions.
Yeah, I think they just combined all kinds of mythology things. Because the game is called Kid Icarus, and he's not even Kid Icarus, he's Pit. So that already makes no sense.
It's not even a kid.
And then you have Palutena, which also doesn't... Who the hell is called Palutena? Come on. That's not a name.
Well, it's not making fun of like names. I'm just more so curious why they call him Pit.
Yeah.
We would probably not named him Pit. No, they would have named him like Yawn or something. Bjorn. So here we got the skull snake bat thing. That's the name of the boss in a way. Basically, if you've ever seen the Avenged Sevenfold logo, you're fighting that. For those of you that listen to metal music, rock music, whatever genre you want to call that too. Because the game already has an eggplant. Alright, that's fair. It's fair. I guess more of Kid Icarus. Like, there's not a ton I can really tell you all about the run. It's they traverse through the stages. So I mean, they have the stages memorized. Pit can float. If you do a jump and you ain't gonna quite make it to where you need to get to, Pit can do a little floating maneuver to help you out. The boss fights, though, in general, are pretty easy, and you're gonna see most of our runners just kind of tank it a little bit because they're probably gonna go in with as much health as they can and just go to town. The biggest part of Kid Icarus Game Boy, or Kid Icarus in general, is just farming points to get your upgrades. So it's just a matter of just doing some grinding. You can see Atros here in the World 3 dungeon. Once he defeats this boss here, they'll move on to, I forgot what the final villain of Kid Icarus is.
Yeah, it's Medusa in this game, yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, I looked up why Pit is called Pit.
We're in there. Let's go.
Yeah, Atros got the eggplant bonus points, there we go.
No longer disqualified.
Yeah, I looked up why Pit would be called Pit, but there's no answer to that, so there we go. Lore solved. Or totally not solved.
Can't even respect the lore, you believe that?
But yeah, minor setback for Atros, he's still in the lead at this moment, so...
Yeah. So we have Smart Alec going into stage 2 dungeon, world 2 dungeon, whatever you want to call it. We have Ariel in world 3. World 3, I don't like world 3 because the Octorok, but not Octorok things that come at you. I just don't enjoy them at all.
Yeah, and Atros is fighting either Rattle or Roll. It's one of the two.
Sneaky Snake.
Yeah.
Makes really quick work of Sneaky Snake as well, too. So they'll be moving on to World 4, where they will face off against Medusa. Hopefully Medusa looks as good as she does in Maru's mission.
Totally different, but yeah.
What do you mean different? Same game, basically.
Atros earned his wings.
Well, yeah, he got the eggplant. Oh, here's Avenged Sevenfold boss on Smart Alex screen. Yeah, so you can see Atros got the wing upgrader, earned his wing, so now he can fly around and flutter around wherever he may like. Still collecting some hearts because you do want to get some items out of it. Like collecting basically health pieces and potions and whatnot. You gotta watch out for the yin and yang. They definitely, if they're not together, they will attack. You gotta have one. You gotta have one with the other. You can't have one or the other. That's how yin and yang works. But Atros is making his way to the final boss. But he's got to endure this intense training right now. This is a really hard screen. This is the run killer. This can make or break you right here. This will determine the lead. This is a really hard endurance stage. As you can see, Atros is struggling to get through this. But his fingers are sweating right now with all the shooting he had to do right there. But you finish your training. You are now the new Karate Kid. You get to choose your weapon. And now you have some armor. Now you look awesome. More awesome. And you gotta shoot the Pac-Man ghosts. While Smart Alec is in World 3, Ariel, I looked away, but looks like they're going into the World 3 boss dungeon. And then we have Josh124 also in World 3 as well. Gotta watch out for the, I don't know what to call them right now. The not Metroids coming after him. I don't know if the voice in my head can tell me where the other runners are at this moment. We have JKL probably in 5th place, assumingly he's in Kid Icarus. And then we have St. Joe in probably 6th, also in Kid Icarus. And we have Fetty in OREB. We have OREB in Kid Icarus. And we have Fetty in Money Idol Exchanger. So yeah, we... Yeah, and we have a lot of other runners in the Tiny 10 this time around doing it blind. They're within the first couple games still. So here we have Atros facing off against the final boss in Kid Icarus.
And done. And
killed him. So the leader is right now Atros, but that can change. That can still change. We have Atros now going into Nemesis 2, or Gradius, whatever you want to call it. Here they're going to choose, they can choose what missile type they want, if they want to do the 2-way tail or the normal. Outside of that, it's Gradius. You get to choose your speed, your missiles, your shield, your shot types, etc. We have Ariel pushing through into the final dungeon right now as well. So right now, Ariel is in a strong 2nd place with Josh124 and Smart Alec very close behind. Smart Alec pulling into 3-4, which is the dungeon stage for World 3. And Josh124 also in World 3. Looks like they might be in 3-2 right now.
Yeah. Ariel, I think, died on the first form of the final boss. Or he had not enough health and just reset the stage. So, a little bit pushed back there, sadly.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gradius, what can you say about Gradius? It's Gradius. Like...
You can die in the intro, as we found out in the reveal.
Sure, you can.
So the intro, you get chased into this cavern, but you actually have to play the chase. And if you're really good at shmups like me, you can die in the intro. So,
well, it's a really cool game for Game Boy. Very good Gradius game. I think a little bit tougher than the first one for sure, but it's a lot of fun. And yeah, the players can choose, or the racers can choose which loadout they take, but normally everybody would take the 2-way style, because that's literally what's used for the world record with the current strats, at least. Maybe in the future that might change, but for now there weren't any changes to the route. What they did find out is that the Japanese version, the second boss fight is for some reason faster, so they're using the Japanese ROM normally to play the game.
Yeah, my only issue with this game was how slow you were. Like I guess I'm used to shmups where you move quickly to start, and I feel like I couldn't move at a normal speed until I maxed out my speed upgrade. That was my biggest issue with the game. Is that it just, to me, felt really slow.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I usually only take 2 speed ups for any shmup. Or was it just going too fast for me? But yeah, this one must move a little slower than usual, I guess.
So here, Ariel is fighting against the final boss of Kiddick. And then we have Smart Alec. You may only wear the wings of Pegasus. You must train to wear more. So Smart Alec is moving on to World 4. English is really hard for me right now. I don't know why. World 4. So, and we have Josh124 making his way through World 3 still. So here we have Ariel facing off against the final form of the final boss.
Yeah, he took a lot of risks, damage boosting, but it paid out in the end.
Yeah. And then they'll be moving on to Gradius as well. Gradius, like if you've played Gradius, you've kind of played this game. Our runners will probably go for a speed upgrade or a shield right away too to protect the front, and then they'll get the missiles that shoot top and bottom that will traverse against the ceiling and the floor to kill enemies that are stationary on there. Then they'll get the I call them objects, but the orbs that also help you shoot bullets as well. I don't know what the norm bullet type is. I personally prefer the laser more than the actual bullet shot that Atros is using right now. But I don't know if that's preference or if I just don't know, or if the bullet shot is just better overall.
I think it's interchangeable depending on the situation. In most of the Gradius games, at least. Laser is just good for piercing very small hitboxes on bosses. But yeah, you will see them utilize their hitbox on their ship because, like in all shmups, the hitbox is very weird. But once you figure out how it actually works, you can use it to your advantage to position yourself in a place where you cannot get hit at all. So we'll do that on the bosses for sure.
We got Smart Alec enduring the hardest training of it all in Kid Icarus. As you can see, this is, again, very difficult screen, very, very scary in the speedrun, and very much could kill you at any point. Gets his special armor, and he'll be moving on to fight the final boss. St. Joe's up on the screen now, facing off against Sneaky Snake, or Rattle, or Roll, or Snake Man, or Solid Snake, Liquid Snake. Name more snake characters. Takes him down, moving on to World 4, the final world of Kid Ick. Here we have Atros in a laser barrier. Almost called a burial. Could be Jake the Snake. Yeah, could be Jake Roberts. You never know. And going into the mothership, going warp speed into outer space. It could be Pliskin. Yep, it could be undercover. Please give me more Metal Gear stuff so I can talk about Metal Gear.
Keep that there.
Solidus Snake, yeah. We could have a president. We could have President Solidus. It's fine. That turns into Doc Ock. So here's Smart Alec face off against Final Form and Kid Icarus. They'll be moving on to Gradius here fairly soon, so as long as everything keeps going good for them. St. Joe taking on the Pac-Man Ghost. They just look like oversized Pac-Man Ghosts, let's be honest. Smart Alec moving on to Nemesis 2. I don't remember how many stages Nemesis 2 had.
It's always hard to say with Gradius because it's just one continuous playing field, basically. This one is a little bit different because some of the cutscenes in between, but yeah, it's it. I think it's 6.
So I think Atros is getting towards the end of the game, though, right? Because he's in the mothership now.
He's getting there for sure.
Yeah.
The final fight is outside the ship again. So.
They showing the hardest room of the speedrun right now for Kid Icarus. So for those that have never played a Gradius game, A, go play Gradius. B, when they collect those little power-ups that you see on the screen there, at the bottom of the screen, it will shift over one of the selections that they can choose from. If it still has a letter in the rectangle, if there's no letter left in the rectangle, they have to max upgrade for that or already have it selected. So you can see on Atros screen they have the max amount of shield and the max amount of missiles that they can choose from. If Atros collects this, it'll be moving over to a speed upgrade. If he collects another one, it'll move over to an empty rectangle. What our runners are going to do is that they're going to be very picky on how many of these that they pick up. Because if they want to switch over to a laser for the boss, they want to make sure that the laser rectangle is highlighted. That way they can press select, I believe it is, to switch over to that laser power-up, and then when they want to go back to their bullets, they'll collect more of those power-up things again to swap over to the bullet weapon.
Should be just A or B.
Is it A? Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if select played a role in this game or not. So the circle one that you just saw Atros pick up, that clears off the enemies of the screen. And since there weren't any there, it just did nothing. So... if Atros does get hit and the shield is gone, the S does reappear back into the rectangle, and then you can reselect it once you've collected enough quote-unquote power-up items to reactivate it.
Yeah, most shmups on Game Boy are baby shmups. They're a great way to get familiarized with the shmup genre, and then taking on some more difficult ones on other systems. Like, there are only a few Game Boy ones that are absolutely brutal.
They're all baby. They're all baby shmups until you get to the Japanese exclusive ones.
Yeah, Sagai is absolutely brutal. Sagai is Darius Twins. People who know that name.
So most of these boss fights in Gradius are pretty easy. They all have a set pattern to them and shot pattern to them. It's just a matter of finding the opening, flying through it, sticking to it, and hitting them in their weak point. Nice kill by Atros there.
Yeah, I don't believe there are any warps in this Gradius game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Another issue I do have with this Gradius in particular is that it does have a lot of flicker. Not like game purpose flicker, like, this thing is meant to flicker because that's just the animation that we chose for it. A lot of flicker just in, there's a lot of just stuff happening, so the game just flickers.
Yeah, good thing is the enemy bullets never flicker. So at least you can see.
Thank God. So you can see with Smart Alec there, he has two objects or two O's. If you want to go by the power up things, so you can actually kind of with your movement, you can move the objects to be in front of you or above you, around you, behind you. You can kind of move them to wherever you want to do based off of how you move your ship, and you can do some pretty stellar damage to the boss. But unfortunately, Smart Alec took a hit there and got killed. So now he has no power ups left, and has to do this with low percent Gradius now.
In non-Game Boy Gradius games, you really do not want to die because basically the game is over by then. Luckily, these Game Boy ones are very much doable even if you lose your power-ups. It just takes a little longer, sadly.
Yeah. It's the Buster only Gradius. I personally am a fan of the double objects because like you get more shots off of them. Like I don't know if there's iframes in the bosses. I don't think there are. But like if you can line up your objects, you can do some major work to things real quick.
Yeah. And here you see the example of just knowing your hitbox of your ship. Like you can just place yourself there and never get hit here. So it's always fun to find those things in shmups.
Yep. Now we're playing Solar Striker. Except for going down instead of up. This is Nemesis 2, TM Bass, or Gradius Interstellar Assault. You're probably not going to see the game name because this is a marathon race of 10 games. So, and we have runners that are in all sorts of different games at once. So all of our top, at least 4 runners right now are in Gradius. Top 5 are in Gradius. Josh 124 is making his way through Kid Icarus and will be shortly into Gradius as well. And Reb is getting out of Snake Hell and moving into Medusa Hell in Kiddick. And Fetty is stage 6 in Money Idol Waifu Simulator. So the Super Game Boy Enhanced game that's not very enhanced. It has a baller border because it's just a bunch of waifus.
It's all about them waifus.
It's all about the waifus.
Yeah, Atros clearly wasn't in the final stage yet. He was in the mid stage. Forgot there's 2 inside ship thingies in this one. Well, the first one is inside a ship. This one is inside a base.
Mid stage, final stage. I mean, really, what's the difference, right? you're beyond the first stage. So you practically have beaten the game.
Yeah, practically done.
Sprinty Legs is on roaster right now. Twitch is on roaster. Lost Pigot is in Bram Stoker's Cliffhanger. And Infinite Mystery is on Shipu Iron Leaguer. Possibly, maybe. The voices in my head are not confident, but
Atros is facing the final boss right now.
yeah. What was after Gradius?
Roland's Curse.
Roland's Curse.
So yeah, Atros finishing up Nemesis / Gradius.
And
it says it right there, end. Not the end, just end.
Finn. Roland's Curse. This game is awesome. I've only ever ran the glitched version of this run though, but the game itself is super cool. It's one of those action RPG games where instead of having, run into something, get some turn-based action, you get to just stab it right on the overworld screen. I forgot how many worlds maps this game has. 4 or 5, something like that.
Yeah.
But basically, what's going to happen here is that we're going to hope for some life up and some potions to drop from the enemies that we kill. We want to go into the boss fight. Do you go in with half health on glitchless? Glitch, you go in with half health because you want to die on the same frame as you kill the boss. But I believe in glitch, it doesn't matter, but you'll probably see runners go in with probably a little bit more with full health. Enemies are the things that can drop stuff. You can buy the stuff, but typically you're going to see the runners try and kill enemies to get their potions. Also in map 1, you're going to see people get an axe where you're going to need to cut down a rock, I believe it is. Yeah, you use an axe to mine. Pickaxe, to get to the boss. So super fun game. Super fun game. I was really happy to see you put Roland's Curse into this list.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend people to play this casually to see what it's really all about, because this basically is going to the boss as fast as possible, but it is kind of an RPG where you can get upgrades to your health meter or your sword or wand. There are 2 weapons in this game, a sword and a wand.
The fire wand is useless though.
I like it for casual play, but yeah, for speed running, and the sword is the thing you want to take. But yeah, it's a fun little game, and it's very linear, even though it doesn't look like it. There are a few areas that are completely optional. Not even sure why they're in the game, to be honest. But there are a few optional things that you can do, but it's just for fun. And it's a pretty short game. It's definitely not a puzzle game like Zelda is. You don't have to solve any puzzles at all. Just about getting yourself ready. Oh, and there!
We have a mineral ad!
There we go! Wow!
Coke Gaming!
Awesome. We were waiting. It took almost 2 hours, but there we go.
We did it, everyone. We got mid-roll ad in a marathon. Feels good. Feels good. This is funny. Share a Coke with Atros. Share a Coke with a special friend, Atros. Atros is sponsored by Coke.
Oh, it wasn't even a mid-roll ad, it was just his internet going out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mid-roll percent. That's going to be a category in the leaderboard. Twitch.tv is the game. Mid-roll percent is the category. But yeah, going back to Roland's Curse after we got Coke Gaming. So there's two weapons in the game. There's the fire rod and the sword. The sword does more damage than the fire rod, even though the fire rod's great for casual play because it's ranged. The fire wand will never do as much damage as the sword will do. The sword does base more damage already, and as you play through the game and get upgrades, you'll just end up doing just more base damage with the sword in general. So the runners will more than likely stick with the sword for their run.
Yeah. They are keeping the pickaxe for the entirety of the game because it breaks the rocks and it breaks the tree, so those are kind of shortcuts to get through the stage. The problem is that all enemies could potentially drop an item, and they have to be careful that it is not an interchangeable A item, because there are a few of those. They only want to pick up like the health items that regain their health, or the armors which upgrade their health, but the rest they do want to avoid, so they have to be careful when killing enemies.
Yeah. Trying to figure out where Ariel's at. Looks like they went to a side house to get an upgrade, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
Because here you're going to have the knights that charge down. You have to time your movement to get through there. Ariel's going to want a potion to drop here fairly soon, because they are sitting on half of a heart right now. So you may see just sit and just kill some enemies as they run by, spawn. And while they got a piece of watermelon, so now they're invincible. So, but typically you wanted the extra health or the watermelon for that part right there, because you have to run up the charging knights, and to hit them face on as they're running at you is very hard. These flying eyeballs are kind of the worst in the first overworld because they can fly through the barriers and they can dash at you. And again, with Ariel sitting on half of a heart right now, that's very dangerous. The dogs aren't much of a threat if you don't stand in front of them. Commentary curse. But the dogs are on a pattern around those trees. But Ariel was unfortunately just a little too far into that checker box there, and took a hit from the wolf.
Yeah, when you die, you get placed back at the entrance of the area. And with entrance of the area, we mean any transition between a dungeon, overworld, or town. So not just a screen transition.
Yeah. And with the items that are on the ground, there is a time limit on them. They will disappear over time. They don't stay there forever.
No. Meanwhile, Smart Alec and JKL at the final boss of Gradius.
And we have Coke sponsored Atros going through Roland's Curse again here. So they're back. They probably cracked open a cold one for the boys. Oh. That was a close one, Ariel. So Ariel almost grabbed the orb. Go ahead and paste memes. But
I don't even know what the orb does.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't even think I've ever seen the orb. So
I have the Roland's Curse manual. I could look quick, but
yeah. But yeah, he still wants a health drop, though.
Yeah, he's gonna want a potion drop.
Alright, Smart Alec finishing up, and JKL also finishing up Gradius. Nice.
Oh, that's terrifying. All right, well.
Ariel grabbed the hand. I think that is just an upgrade to your attack, right?
That's his attack power upgrade.
Yeah.
This is so weird to watch because like I've watched glitchless runs before. Like I've watched Wolfmeric do glitchless runs before, but like I've only ever done glitched runs of this game, so it's weird seeing more of the dungeon except for like 2 screens. Like in the glitched run of this, like you see like 2 screens of a dungeon and that's it. Yeah, so once the eyeballs start blinking, they're gonna dash. The eyeballs aren't hard to dodge. Like they do a circular motion and whatnot. It's just they're awkward to deal with because they can break past barriers and whatnot.
Atros picking up a wand there. I think that's what you do in the glitchless run. Though I think you use the wand in this stage for a little bit.
Oh, really?
He's still having some internet issues, though. It's now the Roland's Curse slideshow.
Curse stream. Roland's Coke.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Roland's Coke. Like, I wish I knew more about the glitchless route. Like, I'm watching this, I'm just like, yeah, okay, you picked up armor to get more health, but like, there's so many of the areas of this dungeon I've never seen before, just because glitch category. So here they're gonna use the pickaxe to smash through that rock. They're gonna pick up the glove to get their added attack bonus. Now they're gonna go into the first boss fight. It's a very easy fight. It's a blob that shoots little eyeballs out. Think of what the heck is that boss from A Link to the Past? Not Moldorm, but the other one that has eyeballs around it. Where you have to hook shot the eyeball out and beat it to death. Argus. But it's kind of like that. The Uzi boy does like a figure 8 that stops in the center. You're gonna walk up to the side, beat on it for a bit, and it'll fall over dead. So here we have Ariel now going into the second map, second world, whatever you wish to call it. Atros making their way through. Are they on map 2?
I'm not sure. It could be map 3 for all I know. Like when it's inside dungeons, it's really hard to.
Yeah.
Where
well, it looks like they're spiders. I don't know where they are. It almost looks like map 1 dungeon, but I don't know. It's a Coke map. That's right. Oh, here we go. So they got Wizard Boy. We'll find out here the boss. So they're on second boss. So they're finishing up map 2 right now. Yeah. Map 2, you have the Stingray, Eyeball, almost Xenomorph, Baby Xenomorph, Alien 3 boss. That does kind of a little weird pattern. Like it goes from the middle and it does some like little diamond dancing. You hit it when the eyeball is open. And it'll die.
Yeah, and here's where the wand pays off because you can attack it from afar, even though it does not enough. Well, not as much.
Less damage. Yeah,
it does help with that boss for sure.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell like where they are in this game, like what Mo said in the dungeon, because the dungeons they all look the same, unfortunately. But once they get to the boss, I can tell you exactly what boss they're on or what map they were on. But Atros is on map 3 right now out of the 4. So, hello, Captain Duck. Another fellow tiny tenor. Oh, mid-roll ad! Unsung heroes of Twitch, Atros. Atros is the 2019 unsung hero of Twitch, as you see right there on his screen. Clearly paid Twitch to have all these mid-roll ads. So,
unsung, probably referring to the thing that you can't have any songs anymore on Twitch.
Dang.
Unsung.
Rip Twitch sings.
Yeah. Are we on front page? I hope we are on front page.
Well, of course we're on front page. Retro gaming always goes on the front page. You need, in order for us to get in order for us to get front page now, we have to at least have 6 mid rolls in 5 minutes. Yeah, Game Boy games are way more popular than GTA RP or Call of Duty. Yeah,
They should be. They should be.
Well, let's not get crazy. Josh124 about to boot up Roland's Curse here, so they'll be in first boss. Smart Alec and JKL face off against Ooze Boss. Looks like JKL died, possibly, or Ray. I'm gonna go ahead and say died to Ooze Boss, and then had to run back in and beat on it a little bit. Kill Slimer. I can't believe we got mid-roll ad. That's so good.
Of course. Or his internet just went out again. That's probably it. But, yeah.
Oh, maybe. Unsung hero of Twitch, though. 2020. My favorite part of the Roland sprite when he's moving up screen is that it looks like a grandma sprite. If you look at it, it looks like an old lady sprite.
It actually does.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite parts about the sprites with Roland's Curse.
Never noticed that.
Now you all can't unsee it.
Yeah,
You're all welcome now. That's what I'm here. That's what I'm here for.
That and lore.
I'm always here for the lore.
Always
here for the lore. But you can see here exactly what we're talking about. So Josh124 in the first dungeon, and Ariel in the second dungeon, and they were literally verbatim the same. The only difference was what enemies spawned in those rooms. So there it is again. That's why it's hard to tell like what stage they're on just based on the dungeon. So that's why you always gotta wait for the boss, unless you're actively paying attention to the run, which trying to keep track of 4 runners on the screen, and then the other runners that aren't being shown right now is a little
it's a
little tough at times.
Yeah, everybody's on a pretty good pace, to be honest.
Yeah, very good pace.
Yeah.
It's a very good race so far.
The next 2 games can make or break your run.
for sure. We've seen the trolliness that can be of Mortal Kombat 2, and TMNT 3 is not an easy game. So, especially the boss rush at the end, it's not an easy game. And depending on the runner, they're either going to go for 100% where they get all the turtles and all the upgrades, and some will go for an any percent where they skip Donatello, which is perfectly fine by me, and then they have to go and do the boss rush with little upgrades. So, and like I said, the boss rush is tough. Shredder's tough.
Yeah, they could get all the health upgrades even while. That's
true.
So it's really their own choice if they're confident enough to do the boss rush with either 6, 8, 10, or 12 hearts. Everybody's gonna pick up at least one health upgrade because it's basically on the way. So yeah,
that's true.
We'll see that when we get there. That one is gonna be exciting to watch, but also hard to keep up with what everybody's doing for sure.
That one's going to be a tough one because it's a Metroid style game. So even though the ultimate goal is to get to the end, kill Shredder, save Splinter, etc., etc. There's depending on how the runner is going to play the game is going to determine like the path that they take, which means each runner is probably going to have a slightly different route through TMNT 3.
A lot of people seem to be having internet issues because there's like a lot of slideshow thingies going on here and there.
Ariel's has been great.
Yeah, that's the most consistent for sure.
You got some chain chomps here running down. I like the palm trees in this game. I think the palm trees are a very cute sprite in this game. You got some likes. Oh wait, this is not Zelda. Sorry.
Totally not based on Zelda at all.
Coke ads. We had enough mid rolls already. We've got the unsung hero of Twitch already. So good. Oh boy. Mid-roll ads.
One of their greatest ideas this year.
One of many. We got Smart Alec here at World 2. Got a nice potion drops. That's good. Potion drops are good. They don't swap out an item at all. They heal you up. Well, that's not true. If you get the big potion drop, I believe that swaps out your A. But the smaller potions are fine. There, they'll get the glove for the extra armor or extra attack power, armor power. That's a thing. Ariel gets killed by a spider, turns into a ghost, and swims to the top of the screen. But you can see they're just on Ariel's screen, like those eyeballs, like those rotating eyeballs, like they're in the trees. You can't hit them, but the hitboxes in this game are a tad weird, where they can hit you, but you can't hit them. And the reason you can't hit them is because they're in the trees. So that's why I think the eyeballs are one of the more annoying NPCs in this game. just because of just like how dirty. Yeah, see, so right there, Ariel's got to be careful. If they pick that up, that swaps out their pickaxe. Because they can hit you out of bounds, but you can't hit them out of bounds. So not a fun sprite to deal with, but manageable nonetheless. So we have Ariel here going into, it looks like the actual dungeon for World 3 now. I don't fully remember World 3 boss, like the pattern.
Right, it's the stone guy, stone golem or whatever, or clay golem.
Stone Cold.
Stone.
Gotta open up a can of whoop ass.
Alright.
Atros is on Mortal Kombat, but since he's Twitch's unsung hero.
We will try to bring up Atros' stream. Smart, I like dying. Josh, I'm just finishing up the first boss in Roland's Curse.
St. Joe picking up the attack power, the angry grandma carrying a sword. You can really see the angry grandma sprite on St. Joe.
That's so great.
But St. Joe taking on World 1 boss as well. He's also uppercutting. He's also...
Yeah, there's Atros' stream, but it looks like he's playing Mortal Kombat 1 actually.
Yeah.
But at the speed the stream is going, that might be Mortal Kombat 1 on Game Boy. Yeah, it is Mortal Kombat 2. Yeah, you can choose any character you want, but everybody is just gonna pick Jax because the reach of his normal kick is the longest of all of the characters in the game, which makes it easier to fight. But yeah.
This is what happens when you're the unsung hero of Twitch. We should recolor the border with this Coke can.
Yeah, we'll try to comment on Mortal Kombat when we have a clearer stream. But yeah, it people are playing on medium difficulty for this, but the actual world records are being done on hard mode. But it's not that much.
Yeah, so here you can see Ariel face off against the World 3 boss, which is a rock, basically. Typically, what you would do casually is those little nooks on the side that you would kind of just hang out in those when it got angry. But this is a speed run after all, so you gotta go hard sometimes. Then you can see like all the attack power that Ariel has picked up throughout the game is really starting to pay dividends because they are just dumpstering these bosses now. So. But here we have Ariel in World 4 now, which is the final world, and they'll face off against Gradius, which is the final boss. Gradius is honestly just a complete joke compared to what they just did. So, got Atros here fighting against what's her name, Katana. But yeah, so like what Mo said, we'll talk more about it later. But Jax is gonna hit him with the coke and put him down. And hands him a refreshing cold one. And it's just like share a Coke with the boys. There you go. Unfortunately, Ariel got killed by Gradius. Gradius is pretty easy. Gradius is gonna go to the corners. When it breaks into the 3 different balls, you just want to go into them. Otherwise, like they go to the corner, you stab them a bunch, and that's basically the fight. It's a really, really easy fight. Final boss of Roland's Curse, by the way. Really unfortunate that it has to end on such an easy note. Especially since Stone Boss, I believe, is one of the hardest bosses in the game, so... But that's GG for Ariel on Roland's Curse, and we'll be moving on to Mortal Kombat 2 with that 30-second wait in between. Atros is going against Khan, whom is the final fight of Mortal Kombat 2. Alright, so Ariel here now in Mortal Kombat 2. Lot more fluid here. What you're going to see happen is that they're going to choose Jax because Jax's kick has the longest reach. If they are going to be jumping at them, you're going to see them start doing uppercuts if they get too close. As you can see here, face off against Reptile. Reptile can just completely disappear from the screen, and you kind of have to hunt and guess where it's going to be. This game does pose a decent amount of RNG where the CPU can decide that just to hang back and just shoot projectiles at you if it so chooses to. But Atros is moving on to TMNT 3, which is the final game of the Tiny 10, so...
Some nice Jax on Jax action.
Flawless victory
Flawless.
For the AI. Or no, for the... I don't know.
Yeah, for Ariel, yeah. But basically you just want to get through that game with kicking, but like... You do need to know how to react to some of the movement the AI can do, but...
Yeah. Oh, didn't go for the fatality. Feels bad.
Yeah. There are also 2 hidden fights in the game. One when the toasty guy appears, and one if you only use kicks during the Chang Tzu fight? No, before the Chang Tzu fight. Chang Tsung. Chang Tzu? Who the hell is Chang Tzu?
Chang Tsung.
Yeah. So they want to avoid doing that. The way to avoid the Jade fight is by just throwing in 1 punch throughout, I think, the 2nd round of the stage. So
Toasty.
then you won't trigger that. But yeah, what's everybody's favorite Mortal Kombat character?
Scorpion.
Enemy's favorite one is Coke, apparently.
Vanilla Coke.
That's actually good Coke.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, mine is Ermac, which he's of course not in this game, but...
I like Shaggy. He's probably my favorite Mortal Kombat character. Shaggy. Dude, I want them to push Shaq in a Mortal Kombat so bad. Imagine the fatality.
I do, Torville. Amazing character.
I really don't know who my favorite Mortal Kombat character. And as weird as this sounds, like I played a lot of Mortal Kombat as a kid, but like I never had like a go-to in Mortal Kombat. Like I was decent with all of them, like decent enough with every character. Like if I had to pick one, it would probably be like Sub-Zero or Scorpion, just because they're easier to like deal with. But like, I don't know. I was good with like Smoke and Reptile and all of them.
Yeah, I only was good at one Mortal Kombat game, which was 9, I believe, and there it was either Ermac or Smoke for me. So.
I liked what's her face with the knife blades, with the knife hands. What's her name? Is that Katana? Yeah, okay, yeah. I liked her.
Ariel getting fatality by Sub-Zero there. Some bonus points for fatality.
Bonus points for Sub-Zero. Bonus points for the AI.
Not for Ariel, because he was not the one doing it, but...
Sub-Zero for bonus points for the AI. If the AI has more bonus points than any of our racers, all of our racers are DQ.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely keeping track of that too. Yeah, now you can start to see like the fun that Mortal Kombat 2 can definitely possess here. That's why it was going to be interesting to see like what happens when Mortal Kombat 2 and TMNT 3 pop up, because these two games, if with it being a fairly close race, it could swap leaders. It could do some damage to some runners.
Yeah. Smart Alec almost done with Roland's Curse. So.
Yeah. Just finished Roland's Curse, actually. Just killed Gradius. Moving on to the Scorpion.
Yeah, so he has to throw a punch in this one, which he did, so now the Jade fight won't unlock.
Yeah, now he can just kick his way to big... Ooh! He's got yoinked!
Meanwhile, enemy dying in the background.
The voice in her head is...
It's giving up on life.
I can go for a Coke right about now. Or a Dr. Pepper. That'd be a way better mid-roll ad. That peach Coke honestly looks kind of good. Not gonna lie. That must be a Japanese thing. I've never seen peach-flavored Coke in America. I feel like fruity colas like that are of a Japanese thing.
Probably.
We'll talk more about TMNT 3 when it's not a slideshow. Sorry, we're not talking about that game right now. But we have Ariel here face off against Khan, which is the final fight of Mortal Kombat 2. We got some Jax on Jax action with Smart Alec, and we have Jax and Scorpion going on with JKL. So Ariel here about to push themselves into the final game of the Tiny 10-11. One more hit on Khan, and there it goes. Peace out, Khan. Hello, TMNT 3.
one of the best turtle games out there. Not just on the system, just in general.
Yeah, it's alright.
You say that about every game.
That's true. Except for Shaq Fu, that's a great game. Alien 3 is even better. Yankee Man is near perfect.
Choice words.
Spider-Man 1 on Game Boy is a near perfect game too.
This guy. But yeah, here it is. Turtles 3. Amazing game. Unlike any other Turtles game, this is not just a beat 'em up or just a straight platformer. Well, I guess you can call the other ones on Game Boy beat 'em ups, but I always find it hard to call a game a beat 'em up if you only have to hit enemies one time. So, but yeah, this is a Metroid-styled game where there is a overworld map. It's all a continuous game. You traverse through each section, picking up items to go into the next section. Cool thing about this one is instead of just getting upgrades on one turtle, you just rescue the turtles and each have their own ability to traverse through the stages. Start off as Michelangelo because of course he was getting pizza when everybody else got kidnapped. And his ability is to hover with his nunchucks.
Imagine being able to spin a nunchuck fast enough to turn into a helicopter.
Yeah.
But the first turtle they'll end up saving, I believe, is Leonardo, right?
First one is Leonardo, indeed. In order to rescue a turtle, you have to defeat a boss who drops a key to the cell where they are being held at. So, first you go to the boss fight. In this case, it's Scratch. They took some not that well-known turtle villains for this one, like more villains from the later seasons of the series. So Scratch is like a jail cat. You can see he's wearing his jail uniform and he has his ball and chains. He's the first boss, pretty easy, but every boss is very RNG dependent on what they do. Luckily they all have a tell, so you know what they are gonna do, at least. But yeah, depending on how they react, you can get some damage on them or you have to avoid them. But yeah, Ariel picking up the first key. I'm gonna try and find Leonardo. If you would press this select button, I believe you would see the overworld map, which doesn't show a lot, but it has some dots on it. And all the dots mean there is either an item or a turtle to be found there. So you kind of know where you have to go. And it might look like a huge map at first sight, but it's really not. And all the areas are contained within themselves, where you just get stuck at a certain part where you can't reverse. So, if you're playing this blind, it might seem daunting at first, but to be honest, this is a very short game in this style of games. So.
Yeah. I like the fact that they chose lesser known enemies for this because, like, it's cool to see Bebop and Rocksteady and The Fly and, you know, whatever else we may be. Like, it's cool, but, like, they're used so much in every Turtle game that it's great to see, like, just not well-known villains come into play. So here, Ariel just got Leonardo. Leonardo's special is that he turns into a drill and can drill out certain blocks in the ground. So
So as I said earlier, there are health upgrades that you can pick up. This one's basically on the way to your next destination, so it's a good idea to just grab this. And every time you pick one up, you get 2 more hit points. Hit points, that is, not hits. Because most of the things in this game do 2 damage minimum, then depending on some things they do less or more for sure, because 2 is always going to be what you get. But There are some pickups. Every 10 enemies you kill, it will drop a small pizza, which heals you 4 hit points, and a large pizza, which first you get into your inventory, so it replenishes your health when you run out. But if you already have one, it just fully heals you, I believe.
Yeah, if your slots are already full, it just auto heals you. When you run out of hit points, if you have a pizza in your inventory, the pizza will just automatically get used, and it'll heal you up. So
yeah. So after each turtle gets saved, you need to find a key card, which opens the door to the quote-unquote next area. There is not that much variety in like types of places you go to. It's not like, for instance, in Metroid. Well, I wouldn't say the first Metroid because everything looks the same in that one. But let's just take Super Metroid for example, where you can definitely see the difference between areas. This one is a little bit weirder in that, like, you did see them go from the cave to like a more industrial base area, but they just used these throughout the entirety of the games. It's not like now they're just gonna be in this factory or base. It will show up as a cave later on again, and then back into a base, and then you go outside for a little while. So it's not that easy to distinguish between the areas they are in, unless you know the game. Like, for me, it is super easy to tell where they are because I know all these rooms by heart. Yeah, Ariel going to the second boss of the game, which is Dirtbag. And I like this fight because it's outside. The only one in the game.
in my opinion, this is the easiest boss in the game too.
Yeah, he's easy to read.
You can just reach them too. So one thing to mention with the boss fights is that you can see Ariel like mashing against the boss. You can do that, but it's not going to do a lot of good because the bosses do have iframes. So as you can see, the bosses are flashing there. So the bosses have iframes that if you hit them during iframes, obviously you can't hurt them. So you do have to have a bit of a rhythm approach when attacking these bosses. So
yeah. Also, this game has an amazing soundtrack. Like all the Turtles games on Game Boy put a lot of effort into the soundtracks.
We have JKL there fighting Leonardo, so they'll be moving on to Mole Mania here shortly. Mole Man. What is his name? Digrat?
Dirtbag.
Dirtbag, yep. Digrat, so
yeah. Ariel is on his way to rescue Raphael.
Yeah.
And there he is.
I believe also Leonardo has iframes when he's drilling. So,
yes, you cannot be hit while drilling. You'll see Raph's special ability coming up soon, which is basically hiding in its shell, and you can use that to traverse through small gaps.
Perfect.
And he's gonna pick up the second keycard.
Big fan of Metroid-style games. Oh yeah, this game's fantastic.
Games, yes, absolutely.
I believe L-Rock ran this game for Handheld Heroes a couple years ago. Yeah, this game is phenomenal. Even Blind, it's a little long just because, well, it's a Metroid-style game. But it's fantastic. It has a nice like difficulty curve to it where like it starts off fairly easy and it does eventually get hard in the end. But it's the best turtle games on Game Boy. I would say probably one of the better Metroid-style games on Game Boy as well.
There are only 2, but yeah. I believe so. Just Metroid 2 and this one, I think. Ariel should be picking up a next health upgrade right about here. Yep. So yeah, that one is on the way as well.
Yeah.
Easy to pick up. One thing to mention about this game, because we still don't know who is gonna do what, of course, if they're gonna do 100%, well, not even 100%, but if they're going for more upgrades and whatnot. But if you want to do the any percent run, there is something about it that is not so cool, maybe. The thing is, if you should die at the final boss rush, and you have not rescued Donatello at all, which is the skip that will come very shortly. The problem is if you continue the game from there, it will place you back at the boss you should be at that point. Which means, in this case, that you only do, I think... Dirtbag is, I think, the last one you do in the 80% run, so you would never have fought Triceratron, maybe? I always forget his name, and the snake, whatever. So if you would continue, it would put you back right there, which is a big problem, because you have to go all the way back to the boss rush in that case.
Yeah.
It's a another problem is, yeah, it's a huge time loss for sure, so that's of course a reset if you're doing it. But another problem is that you can see the slots over there. It can only hold one of the items you have, which also means that if you would at any point in the game would pick up, for example, 2 keys or 2 key cards, one gets overridden and it's gone forever. So that might quote-unquote soft lock you in the game. There are ways around it, but yeah, that's a huge problem that this game has. So if you have a key card, you have to use it somewhere. Like, they're not labeled as 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can just use them on a door that needs one. But yeah, you can't overwrite.
Atros is breaking. Whoa, he just exploded.
More Coke for
Coke gaming, everyone.
But yeah, back to Ariel's play here. What he did is he skipped the part where you're going to rescue Donatello. Normally you should use Donatello to jump up a wall somewhere in the game, but there was a little oversight by the developers where it is just possible to jump up to a certain platform that you shouldn't be able to reach. It has a little setup for it, but it's super easy to do, and that's why this is possible. So yeah, Donatello will not be in the game for Ariel at all. He's stuck forever inside of a cell, sadly. So yeah, he skipped that part.
I mean, to be fair, Donatello's the worst. I mean, to be fair, Donatello's the worst turtle of them all, so...
Well, in this game for sure, yeah, but...
Just in general.
Nah,
who liked... Oh, okay, I was like, who liked Donatello, but never mind. It's all about Raph, right, really. Raphael is probably the best turtle.
He's alright.
Okay, well...
But yeah, apparently Atros is in the boss rush, which is the end of the game, but yeah.
He had the power of Coke gaming at his side.
Ariel picking up the final key card he will need to get to the end. No, you can see here he will go back to the room actually where he can skip the Donatello part because I missed it last time. But he's going back up to it. Try to keep an eye on it so I can point it out. It's to the right of here. Yeah, so you're not supposed to be able to jump off that platform, the first one. Or no, it's this one. Yeah, it's this one.
It's this one.
Yeah. So you can basically clip on there because it's a little bit too high, but they didn't place it high enough. So you just clip through the platform. Atros is about to face the final boss.
Shredder Phase 1.
Shredder Phase 1.
So we didn't talk about much about the bosses at all. So Cat Scratch there does a claw attack and kind of like a dash attack at you. If you're Michelangelo, you can just jump and kind of helicopter over it and just hit him when it's standing still. Dig Rat, whatever his name is, Dirtbag.
Dirtbag, yeah.
Basically has a pickaxe and it's going to stand. Sometimes it'll stand still, and that means it's going to jump up off the screen. When it does, it's going to land on the ground, and you want to jump before it hits the ground. Otherwise, it's going to stun your turtle. If it does stun you, he's going to charge at you and uppercut you with some giant biceps. But for the most part, a very easy fight to have. The next fight after that is the Triceratops. I forgot what the actual name is. Like it's like
Triceratron, but
Mechasaurus. I don't know what it is, but that fight basically is again a pretty easy fight, just because it kind of, if I remember right, just dashes at you. The snake is pretty easy. It's just a bouncy boy. It just bounces around. If you get too close to it, it's gonna swing its tail at you. You kind of want to manipulate the fight a little bit to have it swing its tail at you, because it's going to stand still, and while the tail is out for a decent amount of time, and you can actually just hit the tail to do damage to the boss itself. Shredder Phase 1 does these waves and a kick uppercut thing. The waves are probably one of the hardest things to avoid, because like you can jump high and you can flutter, but if you don't time it right, you're going to get hit by the waves, as you can see on, well, kind of sort of on Atroz's screen. And whenever Shredder does a sliding kick, that's when you really want to take advantage of hitting Shredder in Phase 1, because Shredder's recovery time for the sliding kick is quite long. Shredder Phase 2 is when he turns into Super Shredder from Turtles 2.
Cyber Shredder actually in this one. Super Shredder was in the second game. But yeah, it got a little hairy for Atros there right at the end. He could have only taken one more hit from Shredder before he died. But he's finishing up, so he will be the winner.
Cowabunga.
10-11. Cowabunga. Congrats to Atros.
Oh, also the background of this game flickers, so seizure alert.
Yeah, it has the issue that Link's Awakening has as well, that the final cutscene plays at 60 frames per second, and the Game Boy can't really handle that. Well, the emulators can't really. I don't know. It's one of those things. And it's
Science.
Weird. Like if you look at it on a Game Boy, it looks perfectly fine. But otherwise,
Science. I don't know.
But yeah, here are the names of excuse me, of the bosses. So Scratch, Dirtbag, Triceraton, and Scaletail.
Triceratops. I was close when I said Triceratops. But yeah, no, the boss, like the first time you fight the bosses, you'll probably die just because you know, retro games. But once you understand how they work and how they operate and just the pattern of them, they're not too long. The boss rush is just good.
Okay, Ariel was in the worst room of the entire game. It's brutal. Like, first time you're playing this game, you're like, how in the world am I gonna get through this part? If you know what to do, it's fine. But it's an awful screen.
Ariel going into the boss rush now, but the hardest part of the boss rush is just health management, honestly.
Oh, you see Smart Alec actually saving Don there. So Ariel did get all the health upgrades. He didn't, but he's in the boss rush with him now.
Oh, he got scratched by Cat Scratch. He's getting the fever.
Yeah, the boss rush is just basically the big thing where people are like, this game is impossible. And that's true the first time you're playing it.
I think like
go ahead.
Like watching the people or looking at Discord and like hearing what people's thoughts were, like hard games and stuff. Like this was one of the games that I think most people were a little scared of because of the boss rush.
Yeah, for sure. And that's also why I was scared of putting this in the past 10 Tiny Tens. Just because of that, actually. But, yeah, it was time. This game needed to be in. And I'm glad I did put it in, and I think people really enjoyed this. Alright, Atros, thank you very much for participating. Hope you have a good night.
Coke game. Have a Coke for us too while you're at it.
Have a Coke. Yeah, have a great night, man. Thank you very much for participating.
Thanks for running, bud. Congrats on first.
Time machine. Just real quickly.
2.5 hours.
Here, 2 hours, 31 minutes, and 51 seconds. That's like really, really good.
So here, Ariel wants to be a little careful with that beam. So whenever the crosshair shows up above their head, Triceratops is going to shoot a beam of laser energy. And if you get too far away from Triceratops, it's going to dodge at you. If you get the crosshair too close to the wall for Triceratops, like you're kind of just SOL, honestly. So
yeah, the good thing about the boss fight is that you do get your health back after each fight. But if you lose your pizza, it's gone. So
it is gone forever until you game over.
Yes.
Jake and Ale having some jumping issues there at the top there, flipping over to Raph to not take damage from the spikies. And here we have Ariel face off against Snake, Rattle, or Roll. Rattle or Roll, or Snake Man, or Solid Snake, or Solidus, or Liquid, or...
Here we go again. Scale mail. That is actually.
And Ariel going now against Phase 1 Shredder.
Yeah. Shredder is just the most scary part of it, because his movements are very predictable, but some of the attacks are just hard to avoid, and he just does so much more damage than any of the other bosses, so it is scary. After having fought 4 other bosses and then having to deal with a 2-phase Shredder fight, it is kind of brutal.
Yeah, and if you do game over and have to code in, like if it's saved Dawn and done everything, you still have to do the entire boss rush over again. You can't just start a Shredder.
Yeah, the rule that we decided on for this was, like I said earlier, if you do not get Dawn and Splinter, because yes, he's also in the game, your password would not put you here at all. There's just no password to be here without Dawn. But we decided that if they would die at any point during the boss rush, they can just use a password with the same amount of health upgrades that they had going into this part. So. Otherwise, it would have been a little bit brutal to replay the entire game just because of that.
So here we have Ariel now in Phase 2 Shredder, or Cyber Shredder.
Cyber Shredder, basically the same but faster, and his
has a 1 extra attack. Yeah. So instead of the ball bouncing around, it can still bounce around, but now he can also do an attack where he can just throw the ball on the ground and just immediately cause waves to happen. So, and like I said with the waves, like if you don't time your jump right with the waves, you just take damage because that's just how this game works.
Yeah, very, very scary fight if you're facing him for the very first. Well, not only the first time. Like, I had this game since I was a kid, and I could never beat this guy until I was in my 20s. So, I'm sure if I practiced a lot, I would have been able to do it. But it's a very scary game for sure.
Yeah. Oh, you can die to those geysers right there, and you have to redo the boss rush.
Yep, that's true. It would be weird if you do. But yeah, Ariel did very well in the Shredder fight, so...
Congrats, Ariel, in second place.
Yeah, let me see what the actual time was there. 2 hours, 41 minutes, and 26 seconds, so like... 9.5 minutes later than Atra, so... Very nicely done.
Very good run. We have JKL going against Triceraton. I'm assuming Boss Rush as well. Lemon and vitamin Coke? What was that? Oh, that sounds good too.
Oh, God. I think it is the Boss Rush. Let me see.
It looks
like it, yeah.
Gotta wait. If we get Solid Snake here, we'll have Boss Rush. Okay, yeah.
It is the Boss Rush, going with one less health upgrade than the rest so far, so... A little bit more scary.
Little bit more scary, yeah. Especially going against Shredder. But JKL will get a full health refill upon killing Snake Boy here, and then go against Shredder.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
And Smart Alec, I think, is in Boss Rush. Looks like it.
No, he's just facing.
Oh, he's just facing. Okay. Oh, that's right. He saved Dawn and all them. That's right. You gonna save Splinter now?
Yes.
My man, we're gonna get the best screen ever.
The best screen of the game. I don't know how they overlooked that part, but it is amazing.
Everyone get ready for it. Best screen coming up.
Well, he's gonna skip pretty fast through it, of course, but... yeah,
Get your print screen ready.
Or just look at the Tiny Tab Twitter where there's actually a screenshot of it. That's maybe a little bit easier.
Listen. Watch it, alright.
JKL doing pretty good against Shredder.
Yeah, JKL's doing quite well against Shredder.
Could still go bad, like it is Shredder.
True. It can snowball real quick with Shredder.
Yeah, you can thank Man Over Mars for the layouts.
Yeah, layout is phenomenal.
Yep, Splinter is coming right up.
JKL taking that emergency pizza there now with Phase 2 Shredder. So it's a little scary now.
Yeah. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's gone.
Oh.
I hope you didn't miss it, but our good old Splinter is have to prepare for Buttle.
Prepare for Buttle.
Focus and prepare for Buttle. JKL in good shape. One more hit. And there we go.
There we go.
Unless he dies on the geysers.
It would take a lot of hits on the geysers to die.
Yeah.
I did it for science, but you can certainly die to the geysers after the boss fights. Can confirm.
Cowabunga. There we go.
Cowabunga.
Congratulations, JKL.
Congrats, third place, JKL. Oh, body. Getting old. Getting too old for this.
That is true.
Yeah.
Next time we're replacing with a weapon.
True Lies in there too.
Oh, all movie games for the next Tiny 10.
Lethal Weapon. Oh. They make a Coca-Cola clear? I didn't know that. Yeah, think about it. You got Lethal Weapon, True Lies, Last Action Hero.
Yep, Alien 3.
Man. Oh, Alien 3? Alien vs. Predator? Terminator 2 rail shooter as the final game because people really wanted a rail shooter for the final game again?
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Yeah. Oh, man. That
Home
could be a
Alone,
fun...
1 and 2.
Oh. Ooh, that's good, yeah. Dennis the Menace.
Yeah, I think we got our list for next year.
I mean, Darby and Rand Dennis the Menace, it's routed in time to now. So, I mean...
There we go. It's gonna be great.
There we go. That's Tiny 1012 right there. Movie related. They all think the kid. Wayne's World.
Oh boy. Blues Brothers.
Beethoven.
Oh god, yes. See the possibility. We can do 2 of them, maybe. The game in the bottom left is Roland's Curse.
I can't tell you what world they're on. I believe they're in World 2 because of death, but I don't know for sure. Once I see what boss they're on, I can tell you 100%. But Roland's Curse has 4 worlds. I believe they're in World 2 just by looking at the death sprite. But if I can see what boss they're on, I can tell you exactly what world they're on. The other 3 games are TMNT 3 Radical Rescue. And we have other runners in this as well too. They are varied between Money Exchange Idler, Shipu Iron Leaguer, Yankee Man, Kid Icarus, etc.
Yeah, most of the other runners are blind or semi-blind.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
they're not as far advanced.
So Reb is actually on map 3 right now. So Reb is face off against Rock Boss. Once Reb takes out Rock Boss, they'll be fighting against Gradius, which is the final boss of Roland's Curse. Then they'll be moving on to Mortal Kombat 2.
Alright.
Sounds like we'll have Ariel for interview. That'd be fun.
Yeah. For those who missed it, Atros got first place, but he went to bed because it was already 1 a.m. Yeah,
1 a.m.
That's how. Okay.
Hold you to that 1 second.
Hi, Ariel. Congratulations on second place there.
Thank you. That was a bittersweet run.
Oh, how so?
Every game went great up until Roland's Curse, where I lost 3 minutes. Then I lost the battle on Mortal Kombat, and TMNT just saved the run because I was on red.
Yep, Turtles went perfectly fine from all I saw. Yeah, I did see the fight against Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero is the worst.
Where you gotta pay down.
I still don't know if you can get out of the ice. Can you at all?
You can't, no.
You gotta wait.
Oh,
yeah.
so he just wins. Okay.
It's timed, so it's not like wiggle when you get out. It's just timed or when you get hit.
So he just wins because he can. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Well, yeah.
Cool game.
Look, you all chose Jax. You could have picked Sub-Zero.
No.
Yeah, we did award Sub-Zero with some bonus points because he did a fatality.
It's true.
Oh, cool.
He actually beat all the runners in bonus points, so the AI won this Tiny 10.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I was not expecting to get second place, to be honest. Like, yeah, my PBs were on second place too on the tracker, but at the same time, it's like everything can go wrong.
Yeah, the list itself, like the first half of the list is fairly consistent, but once you get to the last half, you know, like anything can go wrong with Kid Icarus, anything can go wrong with Mortal Kombat. Like everything can go wrong with Mortal Kombat. Like if the AI doesn't want to cooperate, then well, there's not much you can do about it.
Tell me about it.
Roland's Curse, you can accidentally pick up something to replace your pickaxe, and well, you just lose a bunch of time there.
I got pretty lucky because in Roland, on the first damage boost, I had only half a heart, so I couldn't do the damage boost, and so I was grinding, so maybe I could get health or something, and I got one of those invincibility caves or whatever that is. And I thought, oh, that's great. I can just use this to go past this hole, and I did. And then I got Roland, because that just happens in Roland's Curse, where you accidentally tap too much and you're half a block too forward and you die because of it.
Oh, is that when you died to the wolf?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to stop and hit him because that was a backup strat I had to not be damaged.
Yep.
Well, I guess it didn't work.
I definitely commentary cursed you on that one. I was like, oh yeah, you just got the watermelon to get through all the stuff, and then you were just a smidge too far into the actual like square, and I was like,
yep.
Oh.
Yep. That's just. And it wasn't only that, because I had really stupid deaths all around in Roland's Curse. There was one where I just killed myself at the very beginning because I knew with half a heart I couldn't go anywhere. And honestly, that was the smart move to do because I ended up with half a heart after that. And yeah, this is a stressful list. I like it, but wow.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal after Money Idol Exchanger. But that is where you actually lost time against Atros. I don't know what he did. He was playing it a little bit different than you, but he was behind you up until that point. And then he just took the lead from there.
Yeah, Atros is really good at Money Idol. Same as JKL, they are really good.
Yeah, what I saw was at least that you were playing more as quick links, I guess they're called.
Yeah.
Doing them as fast as possible, and Atros was just setting up combos, basically. I think that's
wow,
where this came
that
from.
4th and 5th place.
Oh, wow. Wait, what? Oh yeah, well, for us, they're still both fighting Shredder. Smart Alex just finishing up Shredder, I see.
Yeah.
And going to the end. And I guess St. Joe is just behind him. But yeah, in our race bot, we can see that Joe ended with a 2:54.12. And Smart Alec ended with a 2:54.15, so super close, but congratulations on 4th and 5th place. Wow, that's really close together. It's crazy.
Wow, that's insane. GG's to St. Joe and Smart Alec. I believe this is St. Joe's first Tiny 10 as well too. I think they're fairly new to this scene, because I saw them pop into Discord and ask and check things out, whatnot. So it's great to see a new face to the race itself. So
yeah, I'm not sure if they joined the last Big 20. I want to say yes, but I'm not sure. So maybe they just saw this race too and were like, oh, this looks fun. And
So-
honestly, yeah, it is fun. Just people join more Tiny Tens, please.
So Ariel, since you're a veteran at these multi-game speedruns, right? With doing Big 20 and Super 16 and Tiny 10s. This list for Tiny 10, what was the game that you were more excited to play, easiest to do, and what game were you scared of the most? Because this game did have quite a few scary games in the list, just more so because of RNG, or snowball effect.
Yeah. Okay, so the one that I was most excited, it was honestly Roland's, which kind of backfired now, but okay. The easiest is probably Roadster, I want to say. It's just, unless you go for the super tight shortcut in stage 5, that one is the easiest by far. And then the scariest, surprisingly, it's not TMNT3. I was a lot more scared of Kid Icarus. And it ended up being a PB, but it was a PB that I'm not really proud of, because I believe it was on 2-2 where I had to reset because I didn't have enough points for the upgrade.
What made Kid Icarus more scary than TMNT3? Was it just because you had to have a set amount of points to get your upgrade, or was it like the grinding, like if you died then it's kind of all over?
Pretty much a mix of everything, because grinding, it's fine, but at the same time you don't know how much you have to grind, which makes it very, very difficult and very risky as well, because if you don't have enough points and you enter the door, then you're done. You have to reset. And then when you're not grinding, the stages themselves are actually I don't want to say easy, because they're not easy, but they're fair, let's just say. But then the fortresses, the boss can just be stupid. That's it.
Yeah.
The first boss has killed me. In fact, I had a full run one day that lost 15 minutes just on the first boss of Kid Icarus, because he was giving me bad patterns all around.
Yeah, we definitely saw the boss fly to the top of the screen for a few runners, and they just had to sit there and just wait for it to come back down.
You could technically go up and hit him, but like by the time you get there, you may get like 1 or 2 hits. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Kid Icarus is just really hard for some reason. Like, it's hard for the wrong reasons. Bosses have so much health. Enemies are just going around without a simple pattern or anything. And sometimes you shoot and nothing comes out. So it's like, okay, thank you. And it's not like the game ate my input. It's just that it doesn't come out because Pete does the animation of shooting.
Yeah, that's just a thing that happens when you get older. It's hard.
That's true.
Yeah.
Can confirm.
Yeah.
Out of the 10 games of this list, are there any that you want to maybe revisit and see if you could get a better time in, or maybe like reroute the game? Because there are some games in this list that do have a route, but like they're not, super fleshed out at all.
It's hard to say, because I think I just hit all my goals with all the games. If anything, I would like to get a better Roland's Curse PB, because mine is pretty bad. But I don't know, it's bad, but I'm happy with it. It's difficult to say. It's just I'm satisfied with everything. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird for this Tiny 10. Like, most games pretty much have a set-in-stone route this time around. Like, I didn't see a lot of new things being found. There are a few things, but not as much as other times. So I would say it is definitely harder to come back to these games because they have that set route. Maybe harder to find new things. But yeah.
Also, I'm really mad at Iron Leaguer. I surprisingly got great baseball, and I was like, "Wow, this is great! This is probably going to be a PB."
Oh yeah,
Oops,
that's what I said,
basketball happens.
Right.
Yeah. Basketball's the worst minigame.
No, the worst is baseball. The worst is baseball. Basketball is still bad, but the worst is baseball. So,
Just doing some behind the scenes stuff here.
what happened with JKL?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
Oh, okay.
JKL will join us soon because there are some questions there.
Yeah.
Definitely have questions.
I didn't get to see the rest stream, but what he said before the race, I'm really curious what happened.
And by questions, question. More specifically, Bram Stoker.
Basically one question, yeah.
Basically, what?
Meanwhile, Josh almost being done with turtles, but getting hairy. Getting hairy.
Triceratops is the hardest non-shredder fight, in my opinion.
Alright.
Okay. Hello, JKL.
Cannot hear him correctly. It's fine.
It's always... He defeated Dracula with the microphone.
Ah, that's the strat.
He just yelled really loud into his mic.
Eggplant type there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I disqualified?
No, you're not disqualified. Like,
I mean, the goal was beat the game, and I did beat the game.
yeah, that is definitely true. But yeah, it's whatever. Like, we're just doing this for fun. It's not like there's a prize or anything tied to any of this. But my first surprise there.
My question is, what, how, and when was it discovered?
Like the second day after Tiny 10 was released, I was practicing the game on stream, and I noticed some weird effects of the dropping down mechanic while on a moving platform. So at that point I noticed you can click into walls, and I was like, yeah, what if I move all the way to the left? Will the game think I finished the game because I move my horizontal pixel to a negative spot? And it did. And then I noticed, oh wait, you can just do this when falling off blocks and things. This game just becomes super easy. And I was like, should I share this, or should I make the race a little bit more fun when people don't understand what's happening?
That's surely what happens. You got all of us by surprise with that one. Yeah, for people who joined in later and didn't see what happened really. So when when Bram Stoker came along, everybody was just playing through it, and it's only a 3-minute and 50-second game or something anyways. But JKL here suddenly clipped through the ground, walked all the way to the left, and the stage finished. And I was like, wow, that's weird. Nobody has ever seen this before. And I thought it would have ended there with the first stage. But then suddenly all the stages were ended that way. So yeah, he got through the game in like a minute or something, and then nobody knew what was happening really. So,
Something tells me Lex has work to do with the leaderboard.
yeah. So it is a new discovery. And what are you playing? You were playing on emulator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and were you using the ROM from the pack that was provided, or?
Yeah, I was using the same pack.
Yeah,
and I had a viewer try it out on a separate ROM as well, just to make sure it wasn't like my ROM or something. It works on Android version.
Yeah,
Because
hopefully
I can test on Super Game Boy.
Yeah. So basically you basically created a new category for that game.
No, it's 80%. That's fine.
It is glitchless, then I guess. Yeah, that's really cool when something like that gets discovered.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing the hard category and beat that in 3 minutes, but I thought that would be memeing way too much.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah,
That's
that
a
was cool.
first.
Yeah, that was cool.
So yeah, besides that, how did you enjoy the rest of the race? How did it go?
I mean, I've tried to get into Tiny Tens before, but I've always been like, oh, the games are too slow, the games are not that much fun. But this time I really went in and was like, okay, I'm going to try really hard. And once I got over the first 4 to 5 days, it actually became like really fun. So, and during the race, my goal was just to finish the race. It was my first goal, and my second goal was, if I finish, I want to be under 3 hours. And I managed both, so I'm quite happy about the race, even though I had some big time losses.
Yeah, you had some great games. I was watching, it was you, Ariel, and Atros doing Money Idol Exchanger, and the three of you eventually get to like the same stage, and like watching the three of you play that game is kind of mind-blowing because the three of you are very quick at like just finding the coins, making them do whatever you need to make them do, and shift them around. It's like, wow, this is interesting to watch.
Yeah, usually I really dislike puzzle games, especially puzzle games that can't RNG manipulate, and this is one of those that I can't manipulate at all. But once you start to, there are a set number of parents you can get basically, and once you start learning them and can react to them, it becomes a lot of fun because it's more about like your ability to see the solution quickly than it's about just knowing exactly what to do before it comes out.
Yeah, when you approached Money Idol Exchanger, did you go with the approach of I'm just going to break all the coins that I see immediately, or did you approach it in a way that if I put these coins here, and then if I get a lucky drop, I can combo and break 5 things or make five matches instead of 2 matches or things like that, or did you just kind of just go with whatever the game gave you?
My plan is a little bit more that I try to move the screen as much as possible, just to have a bigger chance to get double E's or double R's, because if you can get them, you can rack up some really big combos really quickly. So I try to make sure that I clear out a full screen, then I pull out a full screen of items, and then I clear that one as quickly as possible and continue like that. So
Gotcha.
I don't think much about combo during that phase. I'm thinking more about getting the special items just to get the combo much easier that way basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. It worked well. Going into this, what game were you looking forward to playing out of the list? We'll start with that question. Because, there's 10 Game Boy games. Some of them, some people have never heard of. Some people, they may have heard of them, but never seen them played. And obviously, we have some popular games like TMNT 3, Kid Icarus, etc.
I think the one I was most interested in was Roland's Curse, because it's a very different speed game than I'm used to speedrunning. And then Iron Leaguer was of course a game that I enjoyed learning and was looking forward to. But I think Roland Curse was the game I was looking most forward to.
Do you are you going to return to Roland's Curse to see if you can better a time in glitchless, or do you want to adventure into the glitched category? Do you have any desire of going back to that game at all after the Tiny 10?
Yeah, I just said on stream that we probably have, because I try to do every multi-game race, so we probably have like a week or two off before the next multi-game race is released, so I'm thinking I will try and go for a few records at least, and Roland's Curse, both glitchless and normal, is in that list.
That's awesome. Yeah, excited to see that. Going into this multi-game list, what did you find to be the easiest game to learn, and what did you find to be the hardest game to learn?
The easiest one, it's probably a tie between Yankee Man and Roaster, really. Because both of those games are basically just get through, there aren't really that many speed threats. So definitely those two. And hardest, I would say, for me, it was Gradius I actually beat for the first time today. So
oh wow!
I gotta say that's the hardest game I had. But Kid Icarus was really rough as well, because I didn't quite understand the hidden score system, so I always fall apart. And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was super easy to learn until the boss rush. I had only finished one run before today, so I was super nervous. If you watch my stream before going into Shredder, I was standing still for like 30 seconds just preparing for it.
Yeah, reading what y'all talked about in Discord, it seemed the boss rush in TMNT 3 was the more scary part of the actual marathon, it seemed, until everyone kind of started getting used to like boss patterns and such. But even still, like, race day comes along, you know, and you got the nerves going, you got the competition going, like anything can still kind of go wrong. But
yeah, it was definitely a lot of nerves going into Shredder there.
No, I'm just glad it went over so well with everybody putting that game in, because I was really excited to do it.
Yeah, Turtles 3 is definitely a game I do want to grind down at some point, so I'm so scared that I will get super tilted, because you're going into the boss rush with even less health, and if you go in there with a really good time and die, you will not be happy about it.
Yeah, it's an amazing run. It was fun to see it at GDQ. I don't know which one it was, but always nice to see games like that get some attention. Not that anybody picked it up after it, but it's always nice to see that on the big screen, sort of say. Same with Iron Leaguer. That's how I first discovered that game. It was just a really fun run, so...
Really, Iron Leaguer, if the minigames were off, that would be a 6-speed game.
That's true, yeah.
if it was just baseball 3 times, it'd be fine.
If it was just baseball, it wouldn't be on a Tiny 10.
I mean, I got super lucky in the baseball. I think I killed the boss in 4 in 5 balls.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky too, but that doesn't excuse all the past attempts where it's not worth it.
I mean, I really enjoy RNG heavy games in races because it allows for more people to be able to compete, because otherwise it's mostly whoever have had the most time. No one can get screwed over. So it's a lot more fun with some RNG in it.
So you really liked Mortal Kombat 2, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I really didn't have a problem with it, to be honest. I did learn the game on easy at first though, because I thought the goal was easy. But once going normal, the game became actually even more easy, because if people don't know, the Mortal Kombat games are famous for doing like input reading. And the harder difficulty you go, the easier it is to get the same outcome, basically. So usually speedruns are done on the hardest difficulty because you know what the enemy will do if you put it on the hardest.
Oh, that's the reason. Okay, I actually did not know that.
I didn't know that either. Like, if people were asking, I was like, can we just play this on hard? I'm like, well, no, because everyone's going to play it on medium. Now that makes sense why people wanted to play it hard.
Yeah, because I know it was in a Mega 16 Genesis race. I think it was Mortal Kombat 2 as well. And I know that most runners went with very hard because it was just so much easier to beat the game then.
That is very interesting.
Yeah, I did not know that at all.
Yeah, alright. Well, thank you both for joining for a little interview. I think we're gonna switch over to... Who are we gonna switch over to?
St. Joe and Smart Alec.
Yeah, we're gonna pull them in. We're not gonna have everybody here at the same time because that would be a little bit too crazy to follow the conversation. But yeah, thank you both at least for participating in the first place.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in for a little interview as well and explaining what in the world happened with Dracula there, because that was really.
You should make a
weird.
little tutorial video. I would love to do the other difficulties, just breaking the game like that.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, sure, I can make one right away, and you can start speedrunning it on the hardest difficulty right away.
Perfect, because I have a sub 4 in it right now, doing it the I guess proper way, but
well, my way is kind of proper.
It's better. No, it's better.
Yeah,
I don't have to actually play the game.
Yeah.
This is Wave Race again. The game rewards you for not playing.
Well, thank you both for joining. Congratulations again on 2nd and 3rd place.
Thank you for putting this together again.
Yeah, hope to see you guys around for, well, first off, Tiny Town Remix 4, maybe?
4, yeah.
4, and then Tiny Town 12 next year, of course. That was great.
I will definitely try to join that one as well.
You'll have Alien 3 in it.
Amazing.
I would love
See,
it.
they're ready for it.
Yeah.
You don't think they are? I'm telling you, they've been ready for Alien 3. They want that 6-hour blind run.
I'm sure
I don't care about blind runs. Come on. Do you really think I'm going to play through the game blind before speedrunning it?
Yes.
No.
You should.
For others, maybe, not Alien 3.
Maybe someone can figure out if the knife can break the game.
Well, put it on the list and we will see if we can find something.
Please do, because I've been trying to for 2 years. Alright.
Okay, yeah, I'm leaving. I have to get dinner and all that, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaving as well. Take care, people.
Alright. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Okay.
Got it. Hello. Hello.
Hi, hello.
Congratulations on a very tight race between you two.
Thanks. I wasn't watching the restream at all, so I had no idea it was that close.
Yeah,
I wasn't paying attention either, because as soon as I hit past Gradius and a 26-minute run on that, I lost my mind completely.
Oh god. Yeah, so Smart Alec, you said that you softlocked Kid Icarus?
Yeah, I did. So in I think it was 1-3, after I had gotten the weapon upgrade, and I was trying to get to the end. There are those two. I don't know. I'm just gonna call them slugs, like those two slug enemies at the top. Well, I tried to go past them to try to hit the door without hitting the slugs because I was at 1 health left, and I hit the door and the slug, I think, on the same frame, and the game soft locks, and you can't soft reset.
I was wondering what happened there because I saw you get hit by the cute worm.
Yeah,
but then,
yeah.
Something weird happened. Yeah.
The game. Yeah. So I don't know if that's a known thing, but I found it. So.
Well, there you go. Team Softlock represents.
Team Softlock. Yeah, that's.
It
I
is.
think that's the first softlock I've had in a Tiny 10.
Well, welcome to the team.
Yeah, thanks.
So I'll start with you, Smart Alec.
Okay.
So that you've done multiple Tiny Tens.
Yeah.
What was the game that you were most looking forward to learning this Tiny 10?
I guess TMNT 3. There no real reason. It's just I mean we've known that this was gonna be in the list for a while, and so I guess I kind of had already warmed up to the idea of playing it before the rest of the list was revealed.
That's fair. What was your easiest game to learn, and then what was your hardest game to learn?
Well, Dracula doesn't count because I already knew that. So I would say Roadster. That's pretty easy. Well, for me personally, it was Gradius. I'm horrible at that game, and I hate that game. So I would say that. But like, the boss rush in TMNT 3 took me a ton of time to get down, but the rest of the game wasn't horrible. But Gradius, for me, all of it was horrible. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
Was that the game that you were maybe the most scared to take on, or were you more scared of like the last 3 games where you had Mortal Kombat, Roland's Curse, and TMNT 3? Because those games could snowball rather quickly.
Yeah, well, I even remember, like when the list was revealed, when I saw Mortal Kombat 2, I'm like, dude, I'm horrible at fighting games. I'm going to be terrible at this. But then, that game honestly it's not that bad, to be honest. At least that's how I felt. But, I just did not like Gradius. Shippu Iron Leaguer, the mini games I didn't like, but the platforming I really liked, so that game's kind of in the middle for me.
We've heard better.
Yeah.
What about you, Joe? What was the game that you were most excited to learn in this game? Because I believe this is your first Tiny 10, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, initial reaction, like TMNT, I think, was the one that got me hyped a little bit. But since it was at the end of the list, I really didn't bother learning it till toward the end, anyways. But yeah, that one and Shippu I thought was interesting. So those are pretty hype.
What was the easiest game for you to learn, and then what was the hardest game for you to learn?
Well, Roadster for sure, the easiest. I mean, I bet most people would probably say that. Along with Dracula's close second, I guess. But hardest. I mean, I guess I could say Roland is the hardest, just because I pushed it to learn it until yesterday, just because I didn't want to.
It's a pretty slow game.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's not as bad as I thought to run the game, but it is just kind of long and slow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When it came to race day, which game were you the most nervous about? Was it maybe Roland's because you didn't put as much time into it, or was it maybe TMNT 3 because like that boss rush can be absolutely just chaos?
Overall, probably the TMNT boss rush, but I mean, I played it several times through yesterday, Roland, so I wasn't too worried about it, but I knew it could go wrong. I really didn't think Gradius would go that wrong. I haven't really played it in like 3 weeks. I thought, you just gun and shoot, auto scroll, I'll be fine. Lose 10 minutes, no big deal.
Yeah, I didn't have a good Gradius either. Well, the thing is right off the bat, I actually got a PB in Shibu Iron Leaguer at the start of the race. I got a PB in it, so that game was kind of nerve-wracking, but I PB'd, so I'm like, oh, okay. And then I got, Money Idol Exchanger it's probably my favorite game in the list, actually, but it is also, I have to focus 100% of the time. I can't be distracted.
Yeah.
And so that game kind of can get nerve-wracking. And then as soon as I soft-locked in Kid Icarus, I'm like, all right, here we go. And then Gradius was bad. Roland's Curse, I had some deaths, but honestly, it was pretty mediocre. Mortal Kombat 2, I died a few times, but no game over. And then TMNT 3, I actually got a PB for 100%. So
nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, once we saw you get Don, we're like, okay, well, he's clearly go for 100%.
Yeah, I did not even bother with any percent just because I think it was just because of time. I didn't want to spend the time doing that, and plus, there's 9 other games, and some of them are really hard, so...
Yeah, and it is a risk, of course. It is a lot of marathons just at the end, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was fun watching you all practice, because I would hop into some of your streams and just lurk to watch, to see how you all are practicing the games and see what you all thought about the game, and then I would read some of the comments in Discord, and I'm like, oh, I don't think they like this game.
I try to be genuine, I mean.
Oh yeah, no,
yeah,
that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, the second half of the list for this Tiny Ted was not easy, nor was it it wasn't fair to a certain degree either, because Mortal Kombat can just do whatever it wants to you. Roland's Curse, if you're not paying close enough attention, you pick up something that replaces your pickaxe, and there goes a bunch of time, or the run, or whatever it may be, depending on where you are in the game. And it's the second half was definitely the harder half of the list. I really enjoyed the first half though, because it was just so, I'm not gonna say kid friendly, but it was so bubbly and kind of cute, and just overall just the easy part of the thing. You didn't really do a lot of killing, so to speak. You played some sports, and you bounced on some people's heads and do some rock, paper, scissors. You counted some money. It was kind of just the fun half of the list to get you warmed up and get you ready for everything. But man, as soon as Kid Icarus kicked in,
yeah,
you can tell that there's a big shift in mood and game type right away from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, JKL mentioned that he did like the more RNG type of games in there, because it gives you a different perspective on how to run some of the games or run the entire marathon. And I mentioned it as well, during the race. I think I like this list a lot because of that, because you have to pay attention at some parts of some of the games for sure, because you never know what's going to happen. And for Turtles, you can pick your own route basically based on what you want to do, if you want to take risks, or you just want to make sure you get through it, but take it a little bit more slower. But what did you guys think? Is this something you would like to see more in future Tiny Tens, or do you really want more, for instance, the first Tiny Ten, where it's all basically routes that are very the same, and if everybody keeps practicing, they will just get a good time, and then it's just pure skill based and nothing else?
Well, personally, I don't. I think they're all pretty fun in their own right, and I don't think you ever really know what people are gonna like until they start playing them. A lot of times, You mentioned he said something about the RNG games in this list. And I'm trying to think of like Mortal Kombat, I guess. Can't think of anything else that really has very much RNG though.
Money Idol Exchanger.
That's true.
I was thinking Shifu, the baseball minigame, has a lot of
like
RNG.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shipu definitely had it with baseball. Reb is fighting Cyber Shredder. 2 more hits. But yeah, it's hard to tell because like this is probably my second favorite Tiny 10 list that had full games. I thought like the variety of games in this list was really well done. I really liked what Mo did with Turtles 3, where it's like beat the game, but you can choose what route you want to take. Do you want to risk it with your any percent route, or do you want to play it safe with the 100% route, right? Mm-hmm. Like obviously there's time differences between the 2 routes, but like ultimately it was up to the runner to figure out what way they want to finish the game. I thought that was really interesting to have.
I just saw Orib die there.
Oh no.
As far as the question about the RNG and stuff, I don't mind RNG in the lists, but I will say I think Shipu at the very beginning was actually kind of a brutal beginning because of baseball. Like that RNG could already spread out people at the beginning. So I kind of like what the last list was, where we had Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise second to last, and that's pretty much an RNG game. But that's sort of like an equalizer before you get to Mega Man, for example. That was the first example that came to my head. But yeah, I don't mind, but I think it does sort of matter where it is in the list.
Yeah.
Plus, if you get horrible RNG, that's gonna set the mood. Like, if you get horrible RNG, you're gonna be pissed off the whole race. But if you start with a game that doesn't really have RNG, at least you can, get going, basically.
Yeah.
Orip sadly getting killed by Cyber Shredder and forfeiting the race because of it. So close to the end, but thank you very much, Orep, for participating. And you did really well. Sucks about that Cyber Shredder fight for sure.
GG.
I thought for sure that was going to be me too, because going into Shredder, I had lost my pizza, and I've never beat him without the extra pizza, so I don't know if it was just luck or what was going on.
I brought the pizza to Shredder and I didn't even need it because I still killed him without it. So
it is a very risky fight.
Yeah.
It's tough. Like during the race, I was just telling people like when Shredder does those waves, like you have to time your jump. Like even though you can like float, you can float with Michelangelo to a degree. Mm-hmm. Like if you jump too early, you get hit. If you jump too late, you still get hit by that wave. It just really doesn't matter at all. Mm-hmm. Like your jumps have to be so perfect against Shredder's waves to not get hit by them.
Just doing some background things here again. We are about to wrap it up for today, for sure. So yeah, thanks Smart Alec and Joe for joining us for a little interview as well. Again, congrats on finishing. What was it? Fourth and fifth
by a couple seconds.
By a second of each other. Yeah.
It's weird. You guys were chatting in the chat. And I was still looking.
I can't wait to go back and look at that.
Yeah, that was really close. That's always nice to see.
Yeah.
Very good race, yeah.
But yeah, with that, we are slowly gonna wrap things up. We do have a few more runners again, these are the blind or semi-blind runners, so they will be taking quite a few hours more probably, depending on how good they are at some of these games. But yeah, just the mainstream will wrap up for sure. Be sure to follow everybody who participated today, of course. Maybe we can get some links up in chat or something for all the racers, so you can give them all a follow there. So definitely do that. Make sure to follow our GLTV as well if you want to see more things like this in the future. When it comes to Tiny 10, the next thing will be the Tiny 10 Remix 4, just probably in like about half a year from now. And Tiny 10 12 will be back in November.
In a year.
It's always in November, so you can look forward to that. And yeah, if you want to hear more from me and EBC, you can give us a follow. I mainly stream Game Boy, basically, trying to find new games for the Tiny 10 and things like that.
I'm all over the place. So, but
and if you
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. It's fine.
I was gonna give shout outs to the blind and semi-blind runners, because we haven't had a chance to really put them on screen very much because of how close the top 5 other runners were. But Sprinting Legs, Glitch Witch, Ross Piggin, Fetty PG, and Infinite Mystery, putting in the work there for the blind and semi-blind race. And we saw most of them on Kid Icarus there. They're making really good headway for going into this, fairly blind already. So nice job, and hope to see them all finish here within the next couple hours.
Yeah, for sure. Shout outs, of course, to Man Over Mars again for, as always, making a little skin for the Tiny 10. He always comes up with a new character where the Game Boy transforms into, this time based on Mortal Kombat for some reason, but I think it's a really funny Game Boy.
It's good, yeah.
Yeah, and if you hadn't noticed the knee pads, they're not very happy. I don't know why, but
because this wasn't Shaq Fu, that's why.
Yeah, probably. Thanks again to our GLTV as well, and Enemy especially for helping us setting this up, and we are looking forward to what you do with the Tiny 10 remix, so that's gonna be fun for sure.
Yep. Co-gaming.
I hope Double Dragon full game is in Tiny 10 for that remix for. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I'll be commentating that one if you need me.
Yep. Before we head out and we go to Cypherin with a charity marathon there, I will have 3 quick announcements to make. Well, one is not an announcement, but if you want to hear more from me and EBC talking about Game Boy games, we do have a podcast called This is Game Boy, which you can find on SoundCloud and pretty much every podcast app that is out there. So give that a check out. That's not how you say that. Check that out, that's better. And our next episode, which will come out tomorrow because Sprinting Legs, our producer, is racing, so it will come out tomorrow, will feature Enemy. And it's about Ninja Gaiden Shadows. So
yeah, we're talking about Shaq Fu.
Yeah. So yeah, that will be available tomorrow. But yeah, I have 2 things I do want to announce. Our producer, Sprinting Legs, and me and EBC have been working in the background to make a complete database for Game Boy games. And one part of that is gbmanuals.com. But it will refer you to Sprinting Legs' site, where we're trying to get all the manuals for all the Game Boy games together, because they're really hard to come by. If you have anything to contribute yourself, you can use a search function for anything we are missing. Please do let us know, so we can just add more stuff to that database. And soon there will be a submission form available, so you don't have to contact us directly. And then the second thing, a lot of people asked before we started the race like a month ago if they could use the new Super Game Boy 2 add-on basically for the SD to SNES
The firmware.
Ever right. So we did not allow it for this race because we had not had the opportunity to check out how it worked, if it was actually accurate or not. But Sprinting Legs, together with Jelsrik, that's how you pronounce his name,
Yep.
right? They did check it out a few days ago or yesterday, and actually it is totally within the error margins of an actual Game Boy or actual Super Game Boy 2. So we can basically announce that for people who want to speedrun Game Boy games and have one of those SD2 SNES thingies, you can use it. Just use it for your runs. Make sure just to mention it when you're submitting runs. But that's a cool thing to announce that people can use, because it's not always that easy to start getting into Game Boy speedrunning. But
It's
yeah,
a lot
that's-
easier available now because SGB2s are expensive now.
So there you go. That is all we have to say. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you everybody for participating. We will see you definitely again in half a year for Tiny 10 Remix 4 and in a year for Tiny 10 12.
True.
See you later all.
See you. Have a Coke.
See ya.
Grab Taco Bell's Nachos Party Pack whenever you're dressing up to stay in or witnessing a miracle.